Operator, a Red Veil seance. How delightful. I have marked a possible Red Veil disturbance, but perhaps you would prefer to...
brew some leaves and...
Sorry. Navigation is leading, Operator. Waiting. Navigation is waiting. Oh my.
Distract the infested while a lone Tenno operative hunts for supplies. Set off the alarms to start.
Some explode when killed. We'll need to strike and move.
A steady stream of toxic spores is being released into the area. Hold on. Emergency life support is inbound. The first life support capsule has arrived. Activate it when your supply is low.
Let's go on the offensive.
You're making waves, Dreams. I can feel it.
Life support incoming. Additional life support has arrived. Prepare for life support. Another life support capsule is now available. Get ready for a capsule. I've delivered another life support capsule. When you need it, extraction is ready. The raid is off to a successful start. Life support on the way. Additional life support has arrived. Life support incoming. Another life support capsule. Get ready for a capsule. Another life support capsule is now available. We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can. Life support on the way. I've delivered another life support capsule. Life support activated. Tenno, prepare for life support. Additional life support has arrived.
That was a close one.
Operator, a red veil seance. How delightful? I have marked a possible red veil disturbance, but perhaps you would prefer to...
Brew some leaves and...
Sorry. Navigation is beating, operator. Waiting. Navigation is waiting. Oh my.
Now you might be wondering if I'm holding back on y'all. Dreamers. Till then.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction. Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Operator, a red veil seance. How delightful? I have marked a possible red veil disturbance, but perhaps you would prefer to...
Brew some leaves and...
Sorry. Navigation is beating, operator. Waiting. Navigation is waiting. Oh my.
This is a mobile defense mission. You must deliver payloads and defend a number of locations while I break into the network. Be prepared for heavy resistance. I can't do this without you.
For the Tenno.
We have got to find a terminal. Proceed and prepare. Terminal spotted. Upload me and prepare to defend. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment. Still working on it. Continue to defend. Terminal hacked. Keep moving. Here is a terminal. Get me in and get ready to defend. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment. Still working on it. Continue to defend. Destination reached. Drop me in and defend our position. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment. Still working on it. Continue to defend. The odds were against us, Tenno, but we did it. Mission complete.
Operator, a red veil seance. How delightful? I have marked a possible red veil disturbance, but perhaps you would prefer to...
Brew some leaves and...
Sorry. Navigation is beating, operator. Waiting. Navigation is waiting. Oh my.
queen's braids. What are they up to?
Listen, the machines are coming to life. There's Kuva in the air.
Recent innovations in corpus robotics have led to a surge in production. Their newest animal-like proxy is an unrelenting hunter. Codenamed Hyena, this robot is designed to work in packs. The assassination target is nearby. Seek and destroy. The resonance frequency has changed. You're onto something, Tenno. That worked. Your operator form is key. Target the outer clouds. Use her operator form to strike those Kuba clouds. No time to ask questions. Destroy that thing.
Don't let them do that! My siphon! I can't believe how useless you all are! Report for execution at once!
You've destroyed the Queen's Kuba siphon. We can't allow any of these to survive. Our operatives have identified at least 4 different variations of the Hyena model, each with a different specialization and arsenal of attacks. Use caution. The Hyena pack will work together to try and take you down. Looks like heavy activity ahead. There is the assassination target. You know what to do. Assassination contract complete. Great work, Tenno. They won't be bothering us anymore. Let's get out of here.
Operator, a red veil seance. How delightful? I have marked a possible red veil disturbance, but perhaps you would prefer to...
Brew some leaves and...
Sorry. Navigation is bleeding, operator. Waiting. Navigation is waiting. Oh my.
A new data conduit is open. Our experiment moves to a new zone.
For the Lotus. I will consider what I have learned from this skirmish.
A data conduit is open. Go now. Hurry, Hunter. The conduit is closing fast. With each data conduit jump, the experiment's design dictates increased efficiency. I trust you will be able to complete this study, Hunter? learned today save lives in the future, then the ends justified my means. A new data conduit is open. Our experiment moves to a new zone. Hunter, you are running out of time. Enter the data conduit. Efficiency is failing. I need more conflict. Hunter, the sanctuary will go on without you.
Operator, a Red Veil seance. How delightful? I have marked a possible Red Veil disturbance, but perhaps you would prefer to...
Brew some leaves and...
Sorry. Navigation is leading, operator. Waiting. Navigation is waiting. Oh my.
on the offensive.
I have opened a new data conduit. Proceed immediately. Hunter, you are running out of time. Enter the data conduit. encounter. You exceed expectations. You are far more exciting and complex than any specimen in my sanctuary.
Welcome, friends.
Operator, a red veil seance. How delightful? I have marked a possible red veil disturbance, but perhaps you would prefer to...
Brew some leaves and...
Sorry. Navigation is bleeding, operator. Waiting. Navigation is waiting. Oh my. Operator, incoming transmission. It's from Fortuna.
Allied Faye's selling the latest in asset security. Conduits. Put the key in and you can pull the shinies out. Trick is, you gotta wait to open. Something happens to the conduit before you can pull the goods. You don't get the goods. Ever. Also, the bleeders Alad sold the tech to will try to kill ya. Give that console the old bypass so we can get this thing started. This isn't your regular vault job. Alad V sold the conduits with interference routines specifically designed for the Tenno. Don't you worry though. I've got some workarounds. Conduit keys are carried by high-ranking muckety-mucks. Knock them down. See what they've got. First key. Right, find a matching conduit. Hear that beeping? Demo unit's on its way.
Cyberpunk 2077 does not care what you think. Now let me immediately clarify who's included in that ominous "you" tag. That would be the easily offended, the always angry, the mainstream journalist with bad intentions, and every single other publisher in gaming. Articles like this one continue to be written. Continue to try and drag this game down from the heights it's placed itself upon, and that is bewildering to me, mostly because we should almost in exclusivity be praising this game for having the goal to do so much right that so much of the industry seems content on not even touching. So I figured now was as good a time as any to take a look at Cyberpunk 2077. At every single way it's been ridiculously torn down, and every single way it should be being lifted up instead. I do not know how good or bad the final game will be, but what I can tell you, and what I'm going to attempt to show you, is that it's absolutely worthy of at least a little praise, even before we get our hands on the game. For the very least, for what it's attempting to do for the industry, and how it's attempting to push the industry forward, both morally, ethically, and from a game standpoint. For this particular piece, I wanted to put the focus on the gameplay, instead of the editing or any distractions at all. So it's mostly going to be uncut, simply because I feel like it's the most important bit of context for all of these faux issues. A look at what this game is actually supposed to be, since context is key for every single problem people seem to have. And indeed, it does start with, you guessed it, context. Cyberpunk isn't coming out of nowhere. It's the follow-up to maybe the most pervasive and ubiquitously loved game of this generation in The Witcher 3. But The Witcher 3 set a precedent for CD Projekt Red and the open world genre. It's easy to forget just how idiosyncratic and unique The Witcher 3 was, as its luster seemed to outshine everything underneath that game's surface. But it was a $60 release, a massive game with hundreds of hours of content in the game, at launch by the way, a game whose DLC wasn't just reasonably priced, but substantive and well worth that price and weight, and a game that never once asked for $1 of your money inside of your actual gameplay experience. And finally, a game that focused on nothing but the single player experience. Well, why is this context important? Well, that's simple. It has laid the foundation for everything that Cyberpunk is already getting oh so right. One of the first problems that popped up was character. Far too many people were upset about the way Cyberpunk approaches character creation. There are no gender roles in the game. You can pick and choose your body and voice as you please. Why? Because this is the future, where cybernetics will make body parts and body changes as easy as buying and selling luxury clothing. This is the future of Cyberpunk. It wasn't a decision made to please or anger, it was made, as the team has said, because it very much fits and suits the context of the actual game. But this one got worse, when it was revealed that the cutscenes of the game would all be in first person. A decision that the devs say had been in place from day one. Yet this upset people because they believed it made these controversial character options totally negligible anyway, so you won't be able to see any of the customization. Therefore, they felt as though CD Projekt Red was riding a line attempting to please people without actually showing any of the ramifications of those choices. Yet what I believe we should be acknowledging is that the entire point of an RPG is role-playing and immersion. It is a role-playing game. Immersion is the touchstone, the cornerstone, the foundation of this genre. By keeping you in first person at all times, you constantly feel like you're in control and that you are your character. It keeps you immersed and involved in the action. Better still, I find it impossible to believe anyone at all, actually has a problem with a developer going, you know what, create whatever you want. Too many games pigeonhole your character creation and make the process a chore. For once, a game is giving us the chance to do quite literally whatever we want. That is absolutely a step in the right direction, both from an immersion standpoint and from simply a character creation standpoint. Let's start talking about the really important stuff. I've heard people refer to CD Projekt Red as bullies recently. As stupid as that is, let's at least examine the context of this comment. This studio has repeatedly taken shots at the industry's biggest publishers and developers, and they haven't been shy about it at all. I'm here to tell you, we should be supporting this behavior, not condemning it. I'm not going to go over every example, but I will say that recently CD Projekt Red has spoken out about how they are going to monetize Cyberpunk, and they've been very clear about where they stand. They have called the post-launch monetization trend disgusting. They've called microtransactions insulting, and they've made one thing abundantly obvious. They absolutely will not be implementing microtransactions or loot boxes into their game. Cyberpunk 2077 will be microtransaction free. You won't be buying any car paint, and you won't be opening any loot boxes, and even more poignant, you'll be playing alone. Cyberpunk isn't going to implement a multiplayer mode into the game simply to proffer another way for you to spend your money. The Cyberpunk experience will be entirely self-contained within your original $60 purchase. But they've also been a staunch advocate for the consumer in other ways. While a lot of the PC space is looking long and hard at Epic and taking exclusivity deals that often spit in the face of consumers that have already pre-ordered the game in question elsewhere, CD Projekt Red has spoken out against exclusivity as anti-consumer and once again made it very clear that the companies engaging in this behavior are not the companies they want to model themselves after. And that again, Cyberpunk will not be one of those games. This is not Cyberpunk or CD Projekt Red believing that their game or themselves are above the rest of the industry. They don't believe that they are the studio or they have the game that everybody should be modeling theirs after. Instead, they're taking a stand for what they believe in, which happens to be the consumer, and speaking out against bad practices. How anybody can do that negatively is beyond me, but the point is that this is one way that the studio is once again putting Cyberpunk in a place where it should at least have a chance to succeed. They've also made it clear that they trust gamers to be able to think for themselves, and more importantly, they have no interest in shying away from completing their vision as they see fit. And this is the most important facet of this game, in my opinion, thus far. Take the controversy in which a poster showed a trans model. People were upset because it looked as though they were using a group of people as a tool within their game, when in reality, that's just a part of their world. The ability to change and shift your body, the normalization of transition, that's their vision, and they didn't back down. They defended that vision multiple times. Better yet, the slum island, filled with individuals of seemingly Haitian descent, people were upset that they weren't a different group of people. What did CD Projekt Red do? They didn't back down or change their vision, they again defended it, making it clear that not only did journalists not have context, but that this is their story and they are going to tell it their way. They made it clear that they weren't worried about broaching the subject of religion and weren't concerned about hurting anyone's feelings, because they have a world to build and a story to tell, and not broaching these matters would be a disservice to that storytelling. Every step of the way, this developer has made one thing clear. They are making their game, and they don't care if you don't like it. They don't care if your feelings are hurt. They are treating their game as art, like they should be. And it's clear with the way they handle its criticisms. So many developers, so many publishers are focused on products over design and vision and storytelling that they lose sight of the fact that good art makes you think, good art challenges you, and good art may not always agree with you. Look, it's really easy to tear down products before we get them in our hands, but we need to make sure that the product or its creators have given us a good reason to be concerned first. Just like praise, criticism has to be earned. It needs to be substantiated, and almost none of Cyberpunk's criticism thus far has been grounded in fact and, more importantly, context. It almost seems at times like far too many people are looking to bring this game down due simply to the fact that there's a studio that isn't bending to their will and desires. It's as though the hype for Cyberpunk has reached peaks that make it cool to hate it or dislike it. This game is coming from a studio that might be the only in gaming that deserves pre-release faith, and yet their vision is constantly being called into question before they get the chance to show what they have. But I think we have to remember that this studio is staying true to their vision, and that's a good thing. Something the rest of the industry seems content to give up on. This is a studio that is giving the middle finger to basically everybody else working in the industry that's doing everything that consumers don't want them to do. That's doing everything to get on top of gamers instead of stand next to them. And yet, because Cyberpunk makes some decisions that maybe doesn't agree with how we feel or the way we think about the world, it's a problem. If everything that didn't agree with us was wiped off the face of the earth, it'd be a pretty boring world, wouldn't it? That is it for today's video. As always, I want to know what you guys think. Do you think any of these complaints so far about Cyberpunk are valid criticism? There's nothing wrong if you do. It's totally okay to disagree with my opinion. Yours is just as valid as mine, but I'm genuinely curious as to any problems you see with this game thus far. Anything you've seen that have caused you to have concern? Are you going to buy this game at launch? And I think most important for me, is Cyberpunk 2077 the game you were hoping to see CD Projekt Red follow up The Witcher with, or were you hoping to get a new Witcher game or something else entirely? Let me know down in the comments below the answer to any and all those questions. As always, if you enjoyed this video, press the like button. If you haven't yet, press subscribe. Do that as well. Also, next to the subscribe button is a little bell. All that little bell does is make sure that you're actually notified when a video comes out. So if you press that little bell, you actually know when I upload. So press subscribe and the little bell next to that subscribe button. I hear a lot of your comments, guys. Don't worry. I know the Gears video has not come yet. there's a lot of things I wanted to talk about. First, to be totally honest with you, I just recently did like an hour-long documentary on this channel about the first Gears of War, breaking down the entire game, how it was made, why it was designed the way it was. So I'm a little gearsed out right now, so I'm trying to make sure I go into this game unbiased, refreshed, ready for more Gears of War. So it might take a little bit longer. I just don't want to rush that video out or jump into it when I'm not feeling it, because I don't want to kind of not give it a fair shake. So anyways, that'll come when it comes, and until next time, guys, I'm out.
I'm enraged. Someone has to take some shrapnel. So, the CW's Batwoman premiered last week on October 9th. You might remember it for having one of the most craptacular trailers I've ever seen.
Hello, said Alice. Shall we believe the crows will protect us?
It was like virtue signaling had come to life and become a minute-long trailer of just pure sensory overload. The gender fluidity was high, but the creativity and writing skills were low. The cinematography was meh. The fighting scenes were like a wet fart. And the characters were as interesting as the guy who works at your local Subways. Toby. You don't know Toby. You don't care about Toby. Toby is pretty much a real-life NPC. That's CW's Batwoman commercial summed up, because I'm not going to force you to watch it again. It was horrendously. God. You know what I'd do with the CW Batwoman trailer? I would use it to torture terrorists or ex-girlfriends. Why did you leave me, Susie? Why? I just had to find myself play it.
Curiouser and curiouser. What do you want? I need you to send your father a message.
Where's that stupid song? It's like, I'm a woman. No, this is a different trailer. God damn it. Now I gotta look for the Batwoman trailer, dude. The website couldn't do me the solid of having it. Bat. Whoa, man. Trailer. Reaction? And no, I don't need a reaction. I should do reaction videos. I should. That seems to be where all the money is. You know, I just sit there and watch something. Oh! You know, do that sort of dumb shit. And basically, YouTube puts you on the top page. You get hundreds of thousands of views for literally having absolutely no talent. You don't even have a comment for the damn video. You just, oh, ooh, ooh, she's got a lightsaber. You know, that's it. You're basically telling me what I'm seeing. Maybe reaction trailers are good for people who are blind, since the trailer doesn't have braille. Hold on. My cat is shitting and the dog's trying to eat it.
Demo unit incoming. Don't let them near the conduit.
CW's Batwoman premiered to viewership. It's way down compared to Flash and Arrow.
What? Oh no!
Bounding into comics.com is where we're getting this info from. These guys follow me on Twitter. Big ups. It takes a lot of guts to follow me, because Lord knows I stay getting in trouble and I'm politically correct. There are other YouTubers I try to work with and they like pretend they didn't get my message. Because they're just like, he's the devil. Well, in typical fashion for everything social justice these days, Batwoman on Rotten Tomatoes has a 70% from tomatoes and a 12% from audience scores. And the Joker, 89% from the audience scores, Rotten Tomatoes 68%. So Batwoman, in the eyes of Tomatoes, is better than the Joker movie. Let that sink in. So the first episode came out, and it didn't do inherently bad, considering it had such a horrible trailer. Batwoman premiered to an audience of 1.8 million viewers. Interestingly enough, the spin on the numbers was that this was good. TV Line reported these numbers are up 20% in audience from Supergirl's year-ago season opener. Blah, 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 blah. We skip down a little bit more. However, if you actually compare the show's premiere to the premiere of CW superhero shows like Arrow and Flash, those numbers don't really look that good. Season 1 of The Flash premiered in 2014 to 4.83 million viewers. Wow, that's way more than Batgirl, Batwoman, whatever. Arrow season 1 in 2012 did 4,000,014 total viewers. Okay, that is a lot more. Black Lightning, wow. Did Black Lightning beat Batwoman? Because that looks like crap too. It did 2 million, 2.3 million. Supergirl season 2 premiere, 3.06 million. Yada yada. Legends of Tomorrow got 3 million. Wow. Legends of Tomorrow. God, Batwoman is doing poorly. I mean, when I compare it to all these other shows that I would assume would do as poorly as Batwoman, and my God, it's like Batwoman's got a club foot trying to run a minute mile or something here. This is bad. Fast forward to October 15th of 2019. Ruby Rose and the CW Batwoman tanks in ratings and viewerships with episode 2. That doesn't surprise me. I saw a lot of reviews for it after the first episode, and they weren't good. People were not feeling it. I mean, if you go to Rotten Tomatoes website and you look at Batwoman, you see things like Batwoman is ultimately painful to watch and a struggle to get through, lacking finesse, emotional depth, and a sense of direction. That's from a woman. That's a scathing review. Unfortunately, a little dramatic coaching might have been helpful as well, because she delivers every line with the same monotonous flatness. Moody is one thing, but numb isn't a particularly engaging vibe. Oh, I see. So how she is in the trailer is the entire show.
You're a female Bruce Wayne.
Awesome, hilarious, handsome. I'm not about to let a man take credit for a woman's work.
I thought you should know.
Is there something you'd like to report to your squad?
Well, you know, what are you gonna do? I mean, what has she been in besides Orange is the New Black, playing a lesbian character? Talk about range, am I right? That would be like casting me in a movie to play a New Yorker, except I'd probably do it better. I think I'd make a great Spider-Man voice actor, but I doubt they'd give me the money or the job. You know, the new Marvel. You said mean things about Zoe Quinn not finishing her last comic book before we gave her a job at Marvel. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine failing upward? Because I can't. When I fail, I fall flat on my face and then someone comes over and kicks me in the nose and screams, "Bad misogynist." Frankly, the question is, how long before this all tanks? Like, how long? What is the whole point of having superhero movies and TV shows if we're going to use them as a platform to virtue signal and try and push a narrative on a society? Especially when you push narratives that sort of shit on the people who made the intellectual property popular in the first place. Call me crazy here, but why would you take a medium that is dominated by mainly men and then flip it on its head to tell the men that they're bad, girl power and whatnot? I don't know. I just can't with this show. I can't. It's like you watch the commercial and you already know what you're in for. Something that seems like the whole premise was based more on a political ideology and message rather than telling a good story. Maybe come up with a good story first and then, I don't know, sneak in some of your ideas. If there's one thing I learned from Van Halen, if you're gonna play a lot of clubs, you play people's favorite songs, then you sneak in some of your songs till they can't tell the difference. And before you know it, they'll be shouting for some other tune that you actually wrote because they didn't know better. Wait, I shouldn't be giving them ideas. What am I doing? Now, if you saw Batwoman and you didn't like it, I regret to inform you that you're toxic. You are part of the problem. You cisgendered, privileged, neck-bearded, or internalized misogynist piece of crap. You are just trying to hurt Ruby Rose. She's the future. Batwoman is the latest victim of toxic fan culture. And here's what needs to change. Unfortunately, we're only one episode into Kate Kane's first solo adventure on screen, and it seems like the odds are already stacked against her, at least if the negative scores online are anything to go by. Well, if the negative scores online and the falling ratings are anything to go by, then the show isn't doing very hot. After the plot episode dropped last week, reviewers were combined on the aggregate site Rotten Tomatoes to give Batwoman a fresh rating of 72%. It's dropped to 70%. It was 68, but they got it back up to 70 for some reason, whatever. The critical consensus was that Kane needs more time to find herself, but the first episode was a step in the right direction. Blah, 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 blah. Representation in superhero shows are like, yeah. Already, we're trying to paint it as, there's not enough gay in the day. I mean, I've already done the talk about the gay cereal, but we need more representation, all right? Where the hell are my heterosexual O's? Where's my straight cereal? I feel like I could chop down some trees after having my heterosexual O's. Honey, are you wearing those heels I like? I'm feeling frisky. I'm about to go work at a drainage ditch because you won't find a gay man down there or a woman. Heterosexual O's, keeping the country going on the backs of straight men. Unfortunately, the user ratings tell a very different story. What a surprise! The user ratings say a show sucks and the critics say it's great. Is there not an overlining theme here? I mean, Jesus Christ. How many times does that have to happen? Where, like, critics will go, this is great, but then everybody else is like, it sucks. And then somehow articles come out and it's like, oh, people think it sucks, it's because they're toxic. No, maybe it just sucks. What happened to something just suck? You can't watch this commercial and tell me it's good. You can't. I don't even know if I want to use a clip of... I watched a little bit of it, right? All right. Batwoman's training with an Inuit Indian. He doesn't even look like an Inuit Indian. He looks like he's like fucking Lakota or something. They look like they dragged him off a set from the Last of the Mohicans. All right, whatever. We're not going to get into Native American stuff. She's in the water. And the water's so thick, it can like hold this heavy-ass box on top of the hole she jumped in to get a key and unlock herself, right? She does it. Meanwhile, she's in like a bikini in ice water, dude. And the ice is so thick at the top, it can hold up like a heavy enough container that it won't break through the hole or anything. So she's not experiencing hypothermia or frostbite. She takes the handcuffs and then breaks through the ice with arms so thin, dude. I forgot to mention, right before when she's like beating Thing, she has a flashback to her childhood for some reason, because while you're underwater and close to drowning, now's a good time to remember how your mother died. And apparently in this scenario, Batman shows up to save them out of nowhere. And apparently Batman hooks up the bat thingy to the back of their car. It's like a Toyota Celica with a rubber bumper. And of course the bumper flies off, her mother and sister dies, and it's Batman's fault. She's not gonna let anyone down. She isn't as stupid as Batman. It's like ridiculous, dude. You're telling me the guy who has contingency plans for how to stop Superman can't figure out not to hook the bat hook to a car and then leave it? What the fuck? What is Batman doing on the side of a road in the middle of the country? What? And then she walks through the ice all wet and stuff, right? And only has a blanket on with no shoes or anything. And her toes don't freeze over. Whatever. I'm like getting too realistic here, I guess. In what's a sadly quite unsurprising news, the plot episode of Batwoman scored a measly 10% with audiences, many of whom seem to have deliberately review bombed the show in an attempt to drag the score down. You see, here's the thing that like a lot of these journalists really need to realize. A lot of people don't give enough of a crap to review anything, period. You know, most people don't give enough of a shit to give something they like a thumbs up, let alone bother with the thumbs down or write a review about how the show sucks. This is like a small fraction of the people who cared enough to even be displeased with how bad it sucked. Of course, some of the negative reviews are valid, after all. Taste is subjective, and Batwoman isn't mind-blowing show straight out of the gate. You're allowed to dislike it, but when program scores dramatically worse than huge misfires like Netflix The Island, I don't even know what that is, despite the critical evaluation being high, you know something's up. Yeah, kind of like how the media quickly did all those articles about how horrible the Joker is, how it's going to lead to a war. Remember how many times they like pushed to have police officers in movie theaters because they're so afraid of Joker fans being these psychotic murderers, and then nothing happened? I'm just saying, the media tends to be very, very, very biased. Oh God. In fact, audiences tend to be kinder to shows than the critics who are paid to review them, unless the show happens to offend them because of feminist or LGBTQ content. It just sucked. And let's face it, whenever feminism is attached to something, you know it's not going to be any good. The feminist pornography, remember when that happened? Notice how nobody's talking about it anymore because it sucked. I've already talked about Zoe Quinn getting to write comic books, and then the comic book just tanks and she can't keep up with the release dates. Totally fine now. Let's not forget the fact that she had a Kickstarter game. It's been 3 or 4 years now. $80,000, no game in sight. You just watch ridiculous shit go on, and the media doesn't comment on stuff like that. The second a film like The Joker comes out, all of a sudden something needs to be done. This is uncontrollable. It's disgusting. But if something LGBTQ comes out and it sucks, and you say it blows, all of a sudden it's like you're homophobic or something, when it's not the case. It's like they have to get special treatment for everything, even with YouTube. Like the LGBT people who got demonetized, you're not the only ones who got demonetized. The difference is I'm not bothering to sue. To hell with it. It's YouTube, for God's sakes. And then some people go, well, they're being discriminated against because they're gay. I'm being discriminated against because they don't like how I think. I'm being targeted for who I am. It's the same. It's fucking the same. Basically, this article then starts attacking people's comments. Another show with so much potential ruined by wokeness, one reads. Yeah. You have Batwoman sitting there going, I'm not letting a man get credit for a woman's work. Meanwhile, the bitch is sitting in the Batcave using all of Batman's stuff. Who wrote that line? Who is the idiot that wrote that line? All right, this isn't going to seem fucking like an oxymoron, is it, Gregory? You can tell a narrative is being pushed rather than a decent story being told, says another, and so on. Yeah, there's definitely a narrative being pushed. It's quite annoying. The theme song when Batwoman's running around beating people up. I'm a woman, here I am. You didn't hear Batman beat someone up and then all of a sudden he goes, I'm Batman, I have a penis. Batman beat people up to just playing background music. There was no lyrics. Wait, that's X-Men. My bad. Whatever. Batman could kick your ass to like fucking elevator music and it was still cool. Sadly, it doesn't take a world's greatest detective to see why Ruby Rose's character is being targeted like this. Because the show sucks. And if we're gonna go tit for tat, let's not sit here and pretend like the left is so nice and cuddly. Back in August 13th of 2018, Ruby Rose quit Twitter after left-wing, the extreme left, the super left people, leftist critics declared she's not gay enough to play Batwoman.
You serious?
The bitch is in a rock and a hard place. Not like she's a good actor. Sorry, she's not. I'm not blown away by her one bit. Point being, the left is like she isn't gay enough for us. She identifies as gender fluid or some garbage. And people who are actually fans of comics are like, this seems like it's putting a lot of virtue signaling in my face. I don't like being preached to. I just want to watch a fantasy. And they're like, shut up, you racist, you Nazi. How dare you not immediately like this horribly paced and acted TV show? While the Arrowverse as a whole has always celebrated diversity, LGBTQ themes were introduced in the other shows gradually, whereas a woman's sexuality is integral to her story from the start. We already know Batwoman is gay from the start. She was going to marry the detective chick in the comic who used to be a cop, but then Marvel was like, it was DC was like, we don't want her getting married just yet, blah, blah, blah. And then the guys who are writing Batwoman, which was critically acclaimed, by the way, everybody's so homophobic, but that comic book under their guidance was doing real well. Whatever. To combat this, Rotten Tomatoes commendably disabled the comment feature on films prior to release. A few months later, they added another feature which forces users to prove they've bought a ticket for. So what are we talking about? Oh, we go back to Star Wars in this? This isn't the first time trolls have tried to sabotage female lead projects. Last year, Star Wars actress Kelly Moraine revealed the abuse she received online from sexist audiences. I don't even know who the hell this chick is. Oh, it's the Asian girl. The one that, she the one from that, like, smoking commercial that made that really weird face, and then they put her in Star Wars as an annoying character. She was a victim of just a bad role in being in a bad movie. Being a bad character. What do you want? Star Wars is trash. I can't remember anything from Star Wars. That's how bad it was. But I could tell you everything that happened in A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, and I didn't even like Return of the Jedi that much compared to the other ones. I can tell you what happened in the prequels. I can't tell you shit of what happened in the other Star Wars movies because they're that forgetfully bad. I'm a troll then. I should review the Star Wars movies. That's what I should do. But it would just be like 30 minutes of me ranting and raving because I'd have to watch it again. The Trolls came out in full force again, where Captain Marvel was bombarded with negative reviews before it had even released in cinemas. That one, I will admit, probably did receive a lot of negativity. But then again, you know, the lead actress chick, who isn't a very good actress, she is bad. I don't even know what her name is. She's unlikable. Did you not watch her Wired video where she sat there and answered obviously curated Google questions? And it was like the most, I can't even think of how to describe how you could watch someone and immediately just not like them.
Larson a gamer? Great question. Duh. Is Brie Larson left-handed? Why do you need to know? I'm Captain Marvel. I'm sorry that you have to Google that. I feel like the Disney execs are super bummed about that. Why is Brie Larson's costume green? Am I allowed to tell you that? I mean, it's kind of complicated. Like,
it's just like she's not very likable. She's like a chip on her shoulder or something. It's like you're white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and a woman in America. You got the keys to the castle. People will listen to anything you say. Marvel's putting you in movies even though you're not a great actress. You have a movie and you're not even interesting. This is the world we live in now. Back in the old days, you had to be like charismatic as fuck. Tom Cruise is like 5'8". You see how much shit I get for being 5'11"? Tom is 5'8". Do you know how much charisma he had to have? Prince was 4'11". Look how much charisma and talent Prince had to have. Now, all you gotta be is a woman. You could be as rude as you want. Hell, you could be Zoe Quinn and have a career. Look at me. Look how much effort I put in and how far I've gotten. Nowhere. I've put in more effort than every member of Feminist Frequency put together. Where's my $250,000? I'm done with this. I can't read this article anymore. Because basically it reads out as, oh, it's just racist, misogynist, homophobes, and they're trolling and bombarding the show. It couldn't possibly be that the Batwoman show looks like crap. And what little I've watched of it, I can't say I liked it.
Сейчас температуру посмотрим.
Сидите.
Кстати, первый раз у меня день рождения дождь. Ни разу в жизни не было. Жопа толстая.
ты хватит ныть.
Жопа толстая, потому что... Не у меня. У меня что-то нормально делается.
Дефиле.
Красавчик, да. Кати, пошли сразу. Максим, дай без тормозов. Пойдем, пойдем, пойдем. Да, моя радость, да, мой хороший. Да, мой самый лучший кот. Да, моя радость, да, мой хороший. Да, мой самый лучший кот. Всем доброе утро. Хотя смотреть, что вы это будете не утром. Нужно время еще все-таки на монтаж. Сегодня захотелось вам снять полностью, как проходит наше утро, то есть с момента пробуждения и до момента того, как Мэйска уже снова ложится спать. Понятно, что показать целых 2 часа будет немножко неудобно, поэтому будет монтаж, местами, может быть, будет гиперлапс, то есть ускоренная съемка, чтобы долго не смотреть на то, вот как это плюшевая попка. Да, вот это именно плюшевая попка. И вот это вот, да, сладкая мордочка. Ты мой молодчина. Умница. Ну беги, беги, гуляй. Чтобы не смотреть, как они мелькают в кадре по 30 минут. Я думаю, вот так, если поводок поставить, то будет ощущение, как будто это вы с Мэйской гуляете. Отпустим ее чуть вперед. Да. Сейчас идет, ругается. Ну, я называю это, что ругается. Громко мяукает. Рассказывает всем, что это его территория. Мэйси, так? Ну вот. Ой, хвостик. Давай, иди скорее, а то вдруг кто-нибудь, какие-нибудь негодяи на твою территорию покусились. Как? Мы с Волканом на границе похожи? И это нам оставили строители в подарок. Посреди поля брошены десяток бракованных плит. Да. Ой. Все уже знают. Там Мэйска частенько есть траву. Она между плитами очень сочная вырастает. Сейчас попробуем это сделать, заснять. Кушай, мой хороший. этой стороны территория у нас граничит как раз с лисенком. И когда-то месяца полтора назад мы его встретили здесь. Мы с ним встречались пару раз. Мэська очень ревностно к этому относится. Постоянно контролирует, смотрит туда, есть он там или нет. Хотя больше он не появлялся. Один раз он нам показался на глаза очень хорошо. Больше не появлялся. Идем. Идем, вон она, вон она. Вон она, лиса, вон она. Все, убежала, убежала. Все, пойдем.
Мохнатый подарочек. Будешь стоять? Нет, стоять. Ладно.
Не ладно, не ладно. Команду исполняйте.
Мыся, сидеть.
Да, сейчас.
Все, малыш, гуляй.
Да, сейчас. Заныкаем. Главное, чтобы не раскусил. Если он раскусит рыбий жир, он кушать это мясо не будет. Давай скорее, давай. И не жуем, давай. Все, молодчина. Иди, пойдем кушать. Пойдем. Малыш, кушать. Давай на место. Идем на место. Идем. Хорошо. Вот после команды ждать получился вот такой интересный спецэффект. Он, чтобы себя не дразнить, садится, отворачивает мордочку. Ждать. Месси ждать.
Вот, отворачивается.
Можно кушать. Можно. Покушал, умываюсь, да? Да. Ой, спасибо. Пошел спать. Все. Мыскин рабочий день закончен.
Недалеко он ушел. Так.
Не дополз?
Да.
Силы кончились?
Ты лапка какая.
Силы закончились. До конца не доползу, дай-ка. Нет.
Передумал.
Глаза чищу. Иди. Немного нестандартен для, на самом деле, для пум. У него есть несколько проблем со здоровьем, по этой причине он очень маленький, он только половина от размера нормальной пумы. У него уникальный характер, он очень добрый, он очень контактный, он хорошо ладит с людьми.
The couple adopted Messi from a petting zoo.
Когда мы его увидели первый раз еще в зоопарке, это, мне кажется, у нас у обоих возникли одинаковые эмоции по отношению к этому животному. И это был такой восторг, такое умиление, ну просто, ну это, я не знаю, какие-то вот, что-то такое неуловимое, но настолько вот оно было прям, это чудесный, чудесный кот.
Alex and Maria already had another, much smaller Sphinx cat living in their studio apartment, but Messi fit right in.
Месси. Дай я достригу когти. Уходи. 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 Ты можешь посидеть спокойно? Не шевелиться. Вот одну минуту. Да я сам это сделаю. Не надо. Да. Скоро будет. Потерпи. Терпи. Кушает он 2 раза в день, утром и вечером. Мясо отдаем разные виды, для того, чтобы оно содержало все необходимые витамины и микроэлементы. То есть это сейчас идет индейка, говядина, немного филе курицы. Отлично. Рацион его составляет 1,5 килограмма мяса в день. Вот это вот мясной смеси, которую мы делаем. Приблизительно в день он съедает на 500-600 рублей мяса. Постоянно его меняем, чтобы оно не приедалось, чтобы каждый раз были новые свежие витамины. Микроэлементы, которые содержатся в одном мясе, заменяем другим мясом, чтобы рацион был полный. Идем кушать. Месси. Сидеть. Сидеть. В связи с тем, что на самом деле очень сообразительный,
I need you to get inside enemy data vaults and retrieve crucial intelligence data. Be on the lookout for increased security measures. You're nearing the console. Trigger the alarms now, and they will start destroying the data. destruction is imminent. You need to hurry. They destroyed the data. This must not happen again with the next vault. The target console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data. Alarms have been triggered. You need to retrieve that data before the data destruction is complete. It's too late. You've lost this data. You will need to be more careful with the next vault. Watch yourself. Grenier are on the way. You're nearing the console. Trigger the alarms now, and they will start destroying the data. You've triggered the alarms. Lose this data, and the mission will be a complete failure.
Operator, a red veil seance. How delightful? I have marked a possible red veil disturbance, but perhaps you would prefer to...
Brew some leaves and...
Sorry. Navigation is bleeding.
Oh, God. It's hard to care about anything in 2019. If you recall, I coined 2019 the year of the dumpster fire. I even did my own Chinese art in honor of it, because this is truly how you can sum up 2019. Whether it's gaming, whether it's politics, whether it's sports, whether it's your very life, 2019 has been a shit snack. Unless you're like one of YouTube's preferred. You know, James Charles or that black girl living in a van that somehow becomes a multi-million followers. H3H3 just bought a $9 million Bel Air mansion. These motherfuckers sitting here telling me, oh, YouTube's like really messing with our money. You think you getting messed with and you got a Bel Air mansion. Man, I'm eating this chicken. I just cooked it. It tastes like a boiled egg. That ain't right. I don't think that's how this chicken's supposed to taste. But it was bargain bin, baby. So anyway, Geo Media is fighting with its staff over objectively bad autoplay ads. It's the belly of the beast of most of these articles and sites of news, if you will. News. I got news for you. It's all bullshit. Deadspin, Gizmodo, Jezebel. Already we just named 3 websites you either A, never been to, B, been to and think they're all trash, or C, hookers and blah. World blah blah blah. On the afternoon, every Geo Media site included Gizmodo, Deadspin, Jezebel posted a blog called A note to our readers, I think Kotaku is in the mix from what I'm hearing, which said that the site has received great deals of feedback from our readers about, I'm sorry, I'm having a drink. The sound on autoplay videos having been inundated on our site. Yeah, well, I think the reason why this is happening is because these sites are not making money and the new owners are scrambling to turn a profit. It's 2019. Capitalism is God. Within hours, management at GeoMedia, which was owned by the private equity firm Great Hills Partners, unilaterally deleted these blog posts soliciting feedback, which would be a violation of Gizmodo Media Group's union contract that protects editorial independence. If it was me and I worked on Kotaku and I wrote articles like, "This plum looks like a butt. Toxic masculinity has ruined our fruit," I wouldn't be stirring any pots for fear of losing my job. Oh, to the guy who emailed me, who's a reporter, and you were offering me one question to ask the chick who played Batwoman Ruby Rose. I read some email that I was going to get back to it, then I lost it in all the received emails. I have no questions for her. I really don't care. Not personal towards you. It's just there's so little I care about in this world. If Stanley came back from the dead and he was like, "Kid, you got a question for me?" I go, "Stan, is there a heaven and hell?" All right, I have a question for him. That's because he died. Other than that, no. On Tuesday, Deadspin ran a series of blog posts that weren't about sports, such as 3 dogs I met. And check out the wheels on the pumpkin thief. GeoMedia then fired Pachinski, who tweeted Tuesday that he was fired for not sticking to sports. The GMG union tweeted that his firing will not stand. We will have updates soon. What are they going to do? You're going to go on strike? What are you going to do? This will not stand. I would be scared shitless if I worked at Kotaku. Now you might say to yourself, Gundam, how in the living hell does this whip back to Kotaku, you jackass? Well, it does. Kotaku is kind of owned by GMO Media or whatever, Geo Media. Jason Schreier pops out and he lets everyone know that if you hate what's going on with the website's atrocious ads and yada yada, basically go here and make your voices known. It's essentially the equivalent of taking a shit on the floor and then kicking it on the shoes of your boss and then going, "What are you going to do about it?" And then they're now doing something. Kotaku is in major trouble. Jason Schreier on some forum then replies to someone who said something that rubbed him wrong, which is not very hard to piss off Jason Schreier. You don't believe me, disagree with one of his hot takes, you'll be blocked immediately. I have no patience for generic disparagement of my colleagues' hard work. I want to criticize the article, blah, 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 blah. Colleagues' hard work. Okay, listen. You and I both know it's Kotaku, right? Kotaku's not respectable. It's not. As a gaming news website, it is like I try to avoid it like the plague unless I'm deliberately making fun of an article. That's pretty much it. I would never go to Kotaku for game reviews. I would never go there for news on new consoles. I wouldn't go there for tech news. I only go there when someone has a stupid hot take. These Twitch streamers are taking back the word slut by doing a slut stream to fight trolls and misogynists and to fight against women being harassed on the website. Like, all of a sudden, women who sexually exploit themselves are heroes now. And if you look at them and you say anything out of turn, which is amazing because the woman is dressed like a goddamn trollop. That's why the lady is a tramp. You know, what do you think Frank Sinatra wrote for? If you dare go in there and you do anything but compliment them in the most robotic way possible. Oh, and if you don't give money, you're a troll. If you call them out for deliberately using their sex appeal to get views, you're also a troll. Then you see articles on this godforsaken site where Ninja was supposedly called out in a high-profile tweet, which was from Casey Tron. Casey Tron is about as high profile as my dog's last shit. I take it back, she's bigger profile than that. But for real, that's not high profile. High profile would have been if Will Smith came in and called out Ninja for something. Oh no, Ninja didn't want to stream with some women. What a misogynist. What a tealed hair piece of shit. Oh, Casey Tron and a few friends are going to dress like strippers and hookers and stream. This is how they're going to fight sexual objectification, by sexually objectifying themselves even more than they already do normally.
If you go out and listen to women, they say some atrocious shit about men and they laugh. It's so funny. It's so funny to bash men. But if it were reversed, equality, remember, that's all they want. If it were to be reversed and men were to say some of these things about women, holy shit. Would there be a whining, crying, complaining, oh God, you're so subjugated. But it's not how it is. Women are such hypocrites.
I feel like I'm doing drugs, but without the euphoric high that tells me I'm the greatest artist the world has ever produced.
Then you see other people like Jita Jackson. She writes horrible ass articles. She does. I love logging into Overwatch to play Tetris. How is this gaming news? You may as well write, I had lunch today with some spicy pickles. Here's how it made me gassy. I'll admit Jason Schreier does write stuff that is actually gaming journalism, but he's the few and far between. Heather Alexandria writes horrible ass articles. Horrible. Like, they're bad because no matter what you do, they always got to put some sort of political crap in it. You know, always. Now, if you remember at one point when Richard Lewis was being blackmailed by a game journalist, Data Racer did this tweet way back. Social justice writer for the Daily Dot admits they wrote woke hit pieces because it pays well. Anna Valens also says that Vice and the Mary Sue are worse. Proof that woke media sites just try to cash in on outrage clicks. Okay, cards on the table. I don't want to write about GG Gamergate. You ever notice that everything is Gamergate too? Every thing, dude. Everything. I just when I saw Jason Schreier calling someone like a Gamergater alt-right something or other literally a day ago. The fact that you sum up everyone who criticized Kotaku as alt-right is the exact reason so many people are rooting for the death of your website. Jason Schreier writes, got some bad news for all the alt-right chuds spamming my Twitter feed today. 1, Kotaku is still alive and fighting. 2, I already know how to code. I guess that's like one of them old-ass jokes to learn how to code. If you dare speak out against what's going on, you're an alt-right troll. Who'd want to get into the line of work of gaming journalism now, in all honesty? Who'd really want to do any form of journalism? Because it seems honestly like at this point, if you don't write ridiculous ass articles, 8chan is at the center of Christchurch mosque shootings and its roots are in Gamergate. That title alone doesn't make any fucking sense. And this person doesn't work at Kotaku, but it's still a journalist in some form of gaming in some capacity that makes absolutely no sense on the Daily Dot. And this is what we see often. As an average gamer, you look at the gaming journalism sphere with disbelief, if you will. And that's why nobody cares Kotaku might end up dying or being heavily restructured. No one cares. Because the whole time, the community you're supposed to cater to and cultivate, 9 times out of 10 you shit on. It doesn't seem like rocket science, but when you're openly combative with the gaming community and you're supposed to be gaming journalists, you can't expect anyone to care. I know I don't. I mean, yeah, too bad people are losing their jobs, but when some of them have called me an alt-right troll or a misogynist, or now back to the editor who got canned on Deadspin. When the bosses are like, write more stuff on sports because it's a sports website, why in the name of God did he not do that? Why would he write 3 good dogs I met? Why? It was essentially a pissing contest. He was like, you can't tell me what to do. I shall show you. Check out the wheels on this pumpkin thief. What are you going to do? They're like, you're fired. And then he goes on Twitter, I've been fired, you guys, for not sticking to sports. Yeah, I've had a multitude of jobs in my life. When I worked in a fast food restaurant when I was a kid, and if someone got the wrong order, it didn't matter if I didn't make that order. If someone came in and said, we got the wrong order, even if the manager fucked it up, he'd bring it to me and go, fix this. They want this, 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 and this. And he'd walk off all pissy. I had to fix the order. I had to do what he said. If I didn't do what he said, I would have been in trouble. Hell, I was fired for less. I remember one day I came into work and I was sick as a dog. And I went to him, I said, Mike, I'm really sick. can I go home early today? And he was such a small man in many ways. He was upset that the Latin girl who was working there was boning this Navy guy named Jim. And he spent the last 3 years in this restaurant trying to get this girl, and she was never interested in him. So it shows how he truly baited that man was, now that there's a term for it. He's got his hands in his hair. He's looking down on the table like someone killed his dog. He looks up at me and goes, "You really want to leave early? How about you leave early and never come back again? You're fired." I was fired because he was mad that the girl he wanted for 3 years was doing some other dude, and he took it out on a kid. Point being, I was fired for less. There are two books that come to mind when I think about the current state of affairs with the Western culture. One, Orwell's 1984, and Huxley's Brave New World. There's one statement I heard recently that sticks out the most to me when I think about the way things are going. People will forego freedom in exchange for sensory pleasure and endless consumption.
Oh my God! Jesus!
A perfect amalgamation of today's day and age. And that brings us to Fortnite. A game of which me and Asler's Gaming first started playing long before anybody else did. But we were playing it back when it was like a zombie shooter. Before Battle Royale got big and Epic had the epic idea of Battle Royale. What the f*** Bin Laden doing in the news? If he's back from the dead, I'll be pissed. Fortnite has become such a giant that it is starting to become, I have no words really, a very strange entity indeed. When you find out that children now ridicule each other, not by the shoes they wear, but by the Fortnite skin they rock in game. If you're not wearing the new hottest Fortnite skin, you're just basic. On top of children being ridiculed for not wearing the newest, hottest skins, there was also a weird sort of dependency people have grown to have with this game. When Fortnite did the whole end-game Fortnite goodbye, it's over, it's been fun, where they faked out that they were deleting the game, which anyone with any level of cognitive ability would know that this was nothing more than a marketing campaign and a whole lot of BS. Fortnite has literally made Epic a billion-dollar company. One game. Don't even bother with the Epic engine. I get it. Yeah, Unreal 4. Nice nut waggling. Who cares? Point being, unfortunately in doing so, we got to see just how far people have taken their Fortnite addiction. A lot of videos cropped up of obnoxious kids going crazy that Fortnite was out and then beating the screen and losing their absolute shit. And the weird thing was, the parents did nothing about it. If I threw a temper tantrum like that and punched a screen, someone would have been beating my ass with a cable ripped from the television itself.
These were the sounds heard round the gaming world.
Bro, what is going on?
After Fortnite, a worldwide phenomenon with 250 million players, went dark Sunday afternoon, creating anger, confusion, and complete hysteria.
I don't want to live on this planet anymore.
Maybe the reason why people suck is because you don't beat your kids. You're not supposed to hit kids. Well, that's why we got a little shitbags running around. That's why kids suck today. It's like they have no manners and no like level of self-preservation. They're like, I could say and do what I want till someone hits them and then they start squealing like pigs. And I'm going too far off on a tangent. We even had late night TV hosts who are about as interesting as watching bread get soaked with water do their own little Fortnite hot takes.
All right, now it's time for something. I've been looking forward to this all week. Monday night on the show, I issued a new YouTube challenge, and the challenge was I'd like you to sneak up on your kids while they're playing Fortnite. The kids are nuts for this Fortnite, and turn off the TV.
Papi! Ya, es en serio! Papá! I'm getting my way! Stop! Stop! No!
Please, Max! Stop!
Say hi, Jimmy Kimmel, and I'll turn it on.
Hi, Jimmy Kimmel!
Where they got their parents to get in on the fun and do some videos where they turn off their kids' Fortnite and you get to watch the children go catatonic. Honestly, you see bad parenting on every level. I'm going to torment you over Fortnite so I can be on Jimmy Kimmel Live. But I'm also going to show Jimmy Kimmel how shit a parent I am because your whole life revolves around this game. Anyway, I'm off on a tangent. Now, the weird thing was, the whole Fortnite thing goes down. It's the black hole. It's over. People on Twitter are going ape. I really didn't care. I was like, oh God, here we go with this again. Another marketing ploy by Epic Games throwing around more money than God. And then they pulled a move I didn't see coming. They got Lady Gaga involved. It's dark days, children. When people equate Lady Gaga as our David Bowie, it's hard not to hang myself. Yeah, let's compare Lady Gaga versus the dude who literally survived decades of making great music, except Tin Machines. You know what? I'm on another tangent. Lady Gaga comes in with the hottest of hot takes. What's Fortnite? If you've ever seen Lady Gaga's tweets, they're all literally like 3 words. Fame is a prison. Like, oh my God, it's Yoko Ono if she got a goddamn recording deal, essentially. What other great 3-word things you gonna tell me, bitch? You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. And you'll watch people go insane if she ever said that, but that's more syllables than she uses in her tweets recently. So, she goes, what's Fortnite? The internet goes bonkers. Basically the NPCs. Oh my God! Sorry, if you care that Lady Gaga said, what's Fortnite? I'm not going to depend on you if, like, China drops any bombs on us. I'm going to use you as a human shield. Ninja then springs to action because he's probably paid to do so. Call me on the telephone. I'll give you 1,000,000 reasons to play, you and I. Probably some Lady Gaga lyrics. I don't know. Because it's not changes, turn and face the strange. Give it to me, Bowie. I picked up on this and didn't care, but I'm going to give it to Sophia over on Twitter. This chick is probably the only journalist I talk to currently. She perfectly articulates what's going on by saying, you'd be unable to convince me that Lady Gaga wasn't given a sum of money to make a 2-word tweet about Fortnite. This is just viral campaign for Epic to push brand recognition. Exactly. Epic is not overdoing these sort of things. Epic throws around money because they got so much coming in from Fortnite. Fortnite has literally changed the gaming industry, not for the better, but for the worse. Because now all the other gaming companies see how much money Fortnite is making, and they all want to get in on that live service microtransaction crap. But what gaming industries don't understand is there can only be one diamond in the rough in this area. You know, like when Nirvana came out, and then all of a sudden every record label had to come out with their own grunge band. And the only ones that survived was Nirvana, Soundgarden. Wait, Alice in Chains did survive, but the lead singer killed himself later on. Point being, there could only be so many winners. But the gaming industry, there's too much fighting for your dollar. And they're not making enough good content. They're just focusing on milking you for money. God, this is going to be a long, contrived story. And of course, as Sophia points out, and as I saw, but I didn't think to screen cap it all, the gaming industry and all the news outlets started talking about it like it was news. This was news. There's a war in Syria. Well, hold on. Lady Gaga said, what's Fortnite? Hong Kong protests are getting violent. But hey, Lady Gaga asked, what is Fortnite? This is news. God help us all. Lady Gaga asks, what's Fortnite? Sending Fortnite gamers into a frenzy. Even Ninja's helping the pop star out with her knowledge gap. This is news. Welcome to the dystopian nightmare that even Orwell could never imagine. Game rant. Lady Gaga asks about Fortnite and Twitter blows up. Hi-yo! This is news. Lady Gaga doesn't know what Fortnite is, and the internet reacts! Exclamation points. It's just Jared, baby. IGN. Ugh.
The rotted skunk is over there just twisted in the corner. Ugh.
There's a time when IGN was actually good. Lady Gaga asks what Fortnite is, and the internet perfectly. Internet reacts to Lady Gaga not knowing what Fortnite is. Lady Gaga asks Twitter what Fortnite is, and the answers are ... I don't give a. The girl went to the music awards wearing meat as a dress. Goddamn, you're just upset that you didn't get to make music. You're fucking right. It would have been the second coming of Queen, except I wouldn't have been gay. Not that there's anything wrong with that. As we all know, Freddie Mercury's got note to self. Get a portrait of Freddie Mercury to put on the wall. How have I not done this? Freddie, forgive me. Sophia then pulls up some more stuff. China's Tencent talking to Vendetti about stake in Lady Gaga's label. What, she got a music label? Fine now, or care. I'll care when someone signs me. Epic Games Wiki. Jump to Games as Service and Tencent acquisition. Now, here's where it gets dumb. At one point, Lady Gaga then replies to Ninja and says, "Who are you? I also saw this." And I'm like, oh my God. You're going to tell me out of like a couple 100,000 tweets and retweets, somehow she's going to find Ninja's tweet. Whatever, doesn't matter. We all know it's marketing. Ninja was paid, she was paid, right? You know Ninja's in Epic's pocket. We're not going to sit here and pretend, little babies. When the dude can actually get on the phone and call Epic and have someone banned because he feels they're stream sniping him, he's got a lot of connections to that company. If I got shot and I was right next to the police station and I crawled into the goddamn precinct, I've been shot. They wouldn't spring to action as quickly as Epic spring to action for poor old Tyler Beppins. Then Ninja replies with, "Axe Drake." And of course, it will be framed as Ninja is the perfect response after Lady Gaga roast career ended him. Oh my God. Jesus. What is a roast? How is this a roast? You people don't know what a roast is. I roast every day for little to no pay. Funny thing is, it's weird how Ninja would use Drake as a name drop after, didn't he do like a video where he said Drake used him for like fame and fortune? It's kind of like, I think Drake's bigger than Ninja.
Ninja, are you buying Drake's Scorpion Jaguar's new album? You can get your name stitched on the back. Also pretty dope.
So yeah, my mic was muted the whole time.
You know? Or my Ninja headband? Probably not.
So on Discord.
I feel like Drake saw that I was up and coming in the gaming scene, and he thought it would be a perfect way to just tap into another source of viewers by playing with me. He also might have just wanted a game. I'm not sure.
Drake didn't need Ninja. Drake needed somebody to help him write something to come back to Push T. Because Push T literally murdered this motherfucker. That beat and that track was a homicide. Now, in the middle of all this corporate shillery, which, by the way, Epic, if you pay me enough, I'll jump on the ship. Mixer, hello, it's Gundam. I'm looking for work. YouTube hasn't been treating me well. Let's line my pockets. It's about time I got enough money to buy a nice house and have a hot wife, even though I'm built like a bird. You get angry at me for saying it, but there's a lot of people that can apply to. So I'm making a sweeping generalization. Gotta love in Fortnite though, dude. Like, Fortnite literally gave a life to a lot of men that couldn't survive a bar fight, let alone surviving the woods alone. I spent all my time doing the wrong things. Learning how to fix a car is useless now. I need to figure out how to build little forts in Fortnite. That's where the money is. If I had a son and he said to me, "Pa, I don't want a motorcycle racer, work on cars. I don't want to be a garage monkey." Like, what do you want to do, little Nunzio? And he'd go, "Pa, I want to be a Fortnite streamer." I'm like, well, get your ass in there, crack open a can of G Fuel and get to work. I don't want to see you again till we're swimming in money. Now, in the middle of all these news articles and the garbage of Fortnite being massively marketed, by the way, while all this is going on, everybody forgot about the whole Blizzard and Free Hong Kong thing. This is bigger news, baby. Lady Gaga asks what Fortnite is, and then asks Ninja who he is. Wow, my God, she almost destroyed him with her power like Thanos. It's sad that we live in a world where this matters. Out of nowhere, Casey Tron shows up.
What the fuck?
Dude, I don't even know what to make of this flex Casey Tron had, but it was the most wild shit ever. Casey Tron comes out of left field and starts swiping at Ninja randomly. So after Lady Gaga ends Ninja's career by following the script she was given, Casey Tron says he's one of the most popular streamers on the internet, and he doesn't support women, as he has publicly announced he'll never duo stream with any women, I guess, unless it benefits him. Oh my God, why did Twitch thoughts have to like just bring themselves in things that they have no business in? It's like she called attention to herself and then just shits on Ninja. She literally, it would be like the equivalent of being able to get into a commercial, you know, like a Budweiser, crack open a smooth bud. My son is 14 and he's drinking and it's terrible. And then the whole set stops and you're like, who is this bitch? That's not in the script. Who is this bitch? Terry, get in here. Get rid of this derelict.
Please, sir, don't fire me. I'm interning until I can become the next Ryan Reynolds. Oh my God, Casey Tron. She gets into this and then starts a whole feud for no reason. Frankly, I believe Casey Tron's just like a thought troll. It's a woman who understands that doing this will get her money, but she also plays it up to sort of boost the amount of people who pay her attention. Once again, she's doing her own guerrilla marketing campaign, so I guess I can't hate too much. Faye Sway Sun says, probably someone like the Faye's group.
No.
Here we have one of the mini EGOTs that is mad because she doesn't get the success Ninja and the success Ninja has, and probably has to use her body to get her views. Here we have one of the mini Ninja fanboys that is mad I stated the truth and comes rushing to defend him. He's not gonna let you suck his dick for white knighting him. He has a wife. Died. Do you know what the irony here is? If someone defended her, the exact reply that they would be given is, she's not gonna suck your dick. She probably has a boyfriend with a big BBC. Stop adding me, Ninja fans. You should all be in school right now. Get off your phones and learn something, and leave me alone. I can't have a bunch of kids tweeting at me right now. And then right after she says that, she promotes her Twitch page. For the truth must be 18 plus, so no Ninja fanboys. Hey, bae. Now, my God, this sucks, dick. I can't even frame this as funny because it's like, everything about this is lame. Now, the thing is, Ninja, from what I do understand, just stated he didn't want to stream with Twitch thoughts. Once again, understandably. You think Ninja wants to do a stream with Alinity? Playing Fortnite or Apex or something? Come on. The guy knows he has to protect his brand. Look at him. He stopped cursing and everything. I should probably take some notes. Dye my hair pink and talk like this all the time. These games are fun. Watch me build this sword. Oh no! Oh boy! He blew my feet off. I'm not gonna be sending you feet pics, Jeremy. I'm Markiplier. Ugh, I'm gonna be in trouble for that later. You know, I had this chick I was trying to, you know, get a date with, talking to me about Markiplier, and I'm sitting there like, Markiplier? I'm here talking to you, Mr. Saturday Night, and you're gonna talk to me about a guy who wouldn't piss on you if your gums were on fire? How dare you? You have lost the chance to date the Gundam. Now, the weird thing about this is Casey Tron goes to the flex that Ninja's against women because it's easy to just scream, he's a misogynist, he's against women. And then people will listen. On top of that, when you think about journalism, it usually falls in the favor of women. Here we go with Kotaku. What a great article this one. And it uses a gigantic picture of Casey Tron with her boobs out. Twitch streamers plan slut stream to raise awareness of online harassment. Tomorrow, a veteran Twitch streamer is organizing a day called Slut Stream for women gaming online to band together and deflate the power of the word slut. Notice how, I believe her name is Cecilia, does this article. Look how it's framed. Already you read the first line and you sit there and think Casey Tron is a paragon of human virtue. Oh yeah, that slut stream to raise awareness and donate some money to a women's batter thingy. I can't remember what it was. Only got like $94 or maybe $300, who knows. Is a far cry from what they wanted. Now we go to Kotaku again from the same journalist. Ninja streams a game with a woman. World doesn't end. Tyler Bevins. You fucking teal-haired misogynist. On Wednesday, controversy surrounding Fortnite Golden Boy Tyler Ninja Bevins resurfaced after a high-profile call-out on his apparent avoidance of streaming with female gamers. Bevins defends himself on Twitter, and on Friday afternoon did in fact play Fortnite with a female gamer. So I guess the high-profile call-out was our girl Casey Tron here. What a hero. Casey Tron took it to Ninja, that misogynist. Thank God. No, I forgot to even talk about the... Oh, there's so much stupid shit here. I can't make this funny, bro. I'm sorry. Because it's so not funny. It's like lame in every sense of the word. But I'm only doing it because people kept sending it to me and I put it off as long as possible. Because I'm that type of person. I wanted to paint and do productive things. Girls could ruin his marriage. Girls are gross. Really, Casey Tron? Good God, girl. What are you doing, girl? 12-year-olds I know, he does it out of respect for his wife. That is so noble of him. To admit that his marriage is so fragile and his wife is apparently so insecure that a tabloid of him playing games from across the world with a girl could ruin his marriage. Girls are gross. This is the high-profile call-out. This is it. This is it. A Twitch thought. Start stuff with Ninja while he's in the middle of marketing for Epic Games with Lady Gaga in its high-profile call-out. Girl who most of us forget about starts flinging mud at Ninja in front of Lady Gaga to get people to notice her. I should have done the same thing. And Ninja replied with, I've literally played squads with multiple women after that article over the last year and a half, as well as hosted many female streamers. I will continue to support everyone in gaming while you get baked on stream. Oh. And then she goes, oh no, I smoke weed. How come Casey Tron could get baked on stream? But if Papa Gundam takes a few painkillers to take the edge off the day, all of a sudden I'm called a junkie. Well, Ninja, that was a pretty good comeback. See, I hate to get involved, like, I hate to even talk about this because it has nothing to do with me. This one is not funny. It's not interesting. It's obviously marketing. The Chinese are benefiting. And I'm watching Casey Tron get in the middle for no reason. Don't you have better things to do, Ninja? Like peddle Red Bull to young kids, which actually has killed more people than marijuana? That's a pretty good comeback. But it's not like, does Ninja stop his streams and go, hey guys, I gotta drink Red Bull, it gives me wings. Like if he did that, I could see the point, but all he does is have it in the background. Hell, if Ridge gave me money and say, Gundam, could you throw like a Ridge wallet in your background if I had a camera on? You better believe there'd be a giant Ridge wallet on my wall with neon signs and like winking dancing girls. I'm sick of being poor, dude. Jesus Christ. How much more fighting is Casey Tron do with people? She just got destroyed, but she kept going. But he has played with women at the time. He wasn't because he didn't want to add unnecessary tension in his marriage. And shouldn't he be allowed to play with whomever he wants? And then Casey Tron writes, no! You know, when you put it that way, and I've dated a lot of insecure women myself. I mean, yeah, I guess if you spend too much time streaming with a cute chick, and your wife or girlfriend caught wind of it, dude, yeah, you get hell, yeah. Ninja probably did the right thing now to think about it. Hell, I caught hell just for text messages. Jealousy won't play with you? Yeah, I want to steal Ninja's dick from his wife so bad, and I know I will be able to do it if I just play a video game with him online. You know what? I'm done with this. This is just too long, too stupid. Moral of the story is, Fortnite is a cancer on society, and I should probably play it so I could make money. I mean, really. Big-ass marketing ploy. Nobody pays attention to it. Twitch stock gets in the mix. Everyone starts just tearing at each other like wild dogs. Well, mainly just Casey Tron. My God. You know what? This worked out real well for Epic Games at Fortnite, frankly. This was great publicity. Look at all this that happened. There were even articles written about it just because Casey Tron said something to Ninja. That was called a high-profile call-out, which doesn't make sense. I can understand, like, if Lady Gaga herself called out Ninja, which she wouldn't because she's too busy telling people to ask other people for their gender pronouns. That's important. Where the fuck's my tea? Where's my tension tamer tea? The sad thing is, Ninja's article was written like he's some sort of douchebag, and Casey Tron was written like she was a hero. It's just a weird world we live in, dude. I swear to God. I don't know what the hell happened to America. I don't know what happened to Western society. Man who wants to protect his marriage by not streaming with thoughts. What an asshole. Woman who uses her body and exploits herself to make money and get views is combating that by doing a slut stream with her boobs out and dressed like a hooker. Because somehow that fights something. And then you read the Kotaku comments where people wrote some of the dumbest, most asinine shit you'll ever see. You know, in a lot of places, women's tops are designed, yada, yada, yada. You know what? If I dressed like a Ku Klux Klan member and someone called me a racist, I don't think I have the right to get angry. You know, if you dress like Naruto, someone will call you a weeb. If you dress like a goddamn Twitch dot, someone's gonna call you a Twitch dot. It's simple economics. 2 + 2 = 4, motherfucker. God, Jesus help us. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. By the way, Ninja,
You're not.
wanna help me get a mixer deal? I'm down.
That's how the
I'll
world
be your
works.
duo in Fortnite if you want, dude. Whatever, get me the hell out of here. Dude, I'll dye my fucking hair pink. Get me out of here, Mixer. I'll take half the money you gave Ninja or Shroud. No questions asked. Gundam, we'll give you $1 million. I'll take it. Gundam screams exclusively on Twitch. Not Twitch, Mixer. Stupid brain. Oh no. 29 minutes. How did that happen, Lord?
Got leather from that.
24 hours ago, Bethesda shocked the world by making one of the greatest moves in history. No, not creating a good Fallout game, but charging you for a very bad one, in fact. The sheer audacity of Bethesda to tell you that
What
now
the
you
fuck?
can give them money for an experience that was already subpar to begin with was nothing short of magnificent. Almost, dare I say, Machiavellian? I mean, really, who else could get you to pay for something so horrible? After the promises of private worlds, infinite stashes, emotes that let you dab off into the sunset while dressed like a ranger has led people to the shocking realization that Bethesda will never change. Bethesda is Bethesda, a game company that now produces broken, buggy things. The second they set out to fix something, they immediately destroy it in the process. Now people are finding they've paid $100 for a year's subscription to nothing. In fact, you paid Bethesda to give you a lesser experience. That's the beauty of the 2019 gaming industry. You never know which bit of shit's gonna hit the fan, and each piece is chock full of corn and disappointment. Uh-oh, my computer is going to restart itself. Todd, why? Why? You know, the funny thing about Bethesda is whenever they do something, they break something. Bethesda's become the dark side fell of game development.
This is something that I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct.
It hasn't even been 24 hours since they launched the new Fallout First. For $100 a year, it saves you 36%. You're getting a deal. Otherwise, you'd be paying $144 a month. And that would be crazy.
Oh yeah, I was wondering if I could safe open.
Only to be rewarded with free. Can you imagine that? The only time I want to be rewarded with free after I've paid is if I've gotten my hands on a very attractive escort girl. Fallout 76 premium private servers are not private. Scrap boxes are deleting people's scrap. Well, there you go.
That's why I use Anusol too, because my beautiful asshole could use less side effects.
You think that Bethesda would make sure nothing would go wrong for the people who actually pay? In a Forbes article, it says there are a few issues cropping up here. Fallout First players are finding that newly created worlds, quotation marks, might be headed into are not actually new at all. Players are reporting dead NPCs in looted areas when they get there, implying that these are not actually new instances, but instead reused old instances masqueraded as brand new private worlds.
Oh my god.
Literally a few days ago, Bobby Kotick was getting messages from Congress, and it was on the tips of everyone's lips. Now we're right back to Fallout 76, the meme that just keeps memeing. If I was Bobby Kotick, I'd send Todd.
Hey man, how's it going?
Thank you for taking.
You play 7 Days to Die? Do you like what's your favorite server? Do you play
The
PvP?
aspect is up for debate too. Players with big
How are you doing today?
lists, i.e. merchants who sell player goods in the game,
Yeah, I'm
are
getting
finding
that.
that they can't prevent people from joining their private server.
Inventory's full
So they
though.
just want to relax and play by
No, I don't
themselves,
wanna do that.
or with a few friends, without some
market.
sort of invisible mode. Other players can see your instance and join it. Well, that's not very private. That's kind of like that family member you really don't like just somehow getting a key to your fucking house. Lawrence, what are you doing here? Well, I saw you were home and you weren't returning my calls, guy. I was making sure you're okay. You mind if I have a drink? The scrap box. If you were looking forward to unlimited storage of scrap
This is
in
who I'm
Fallout
listening to.
76 with new scrap box perk and Fallout First, you definitely
Gundam.
won't want to be using it just yet. Oh my god. Multiple players are reporting that they have deposited hundreds of units of scrap in the new boxes, only to find that the boxes have eaten the scrap. Scrap disappears from the instance, and it can't be found again from relogging or anything. It's just gone. Players are not amused at the fact that they have now paid for the privilege of losing all of their material. And so far, there does not seem to be any way to recover any of this. Do not use these boxes until there's a clear fix for this. Oh, sorry guys. You see, unless modders fix Bethesda games, there won't be a clear fix, if ever. Dude, I just updated my Fallout 4 unofficial patch. If modders aren't fixing it, Bethesda doesn't know what the hell to do. Or they don't care. It's hard to feel bad for anybody who paid for this. Like, for real. It's Fallout 76. It's Fallout 76. The game has to be the most ridiculous game launch in all of history. I can't remember any point in my childhood till now where a game launched so fucked. And still, people actually paid Bethesda for the private servers, even though they know the game was bugged. I can't feel bad. You shouldn't be amused. The fact that you found any amusement in Fallout 76 tells me you're insane. Nothing personal. But my god, Bethesda has done nothing to warrant any more money from you. You already paid for this, and then they put up a paywall for you to get all the stuff they promised you later, and you still gave it to them.
Not a bad deal if I say so myself. Kill me, please. I want to die.
Bethesda fleeced you and then made a porn movie with your wife, and you're distributing it. I mean, it's a weird analogy, but good God almighty. Number one, private worlds are not private or new. They're basically just reused worlds because you really think Bethesda's gonna put any money into servers for you? Think about that. They didn't even put any effort into the game itself. And somehow you think if you give them an extra bit of money, they're gonna make you a private server for you to enjoy. The only way people who enjoy Fallout 76 are gonna get a private server is if you create your own and then somehow figure out how to get Fallout 76 to link up to a server you created. So basically, you have to wait till Bethesda lets Fallout 76 die, and they close down their servers. Then the fans will have to make their own servers in order to enjoy a truly private world. You can't lock your private world, so people, it's not even a private world, it's not. You're literally paying for nothing, actually. You could log into Fallout 76 normally and get the same experience. You
It's like
literally paid Bethesda for nothing when you stop and actually think about it logically. You paid Bethesda to tell you the server was private. If you want, you can give me $100 a month, and I will personally leave you a message that you can play when you log into your game. It's a Gundam here. This is a private server. That'll be $100, please. Number 3, multiple players are reporting that they've deposited hundreds of units of scrap in new boxes only to find your scrap is gone. Well, if getting your scrap back is anything like getting your account back from Bethesda when they screw up and give your account to someone else because it happened, lest you forgot, good luck getting your scrap back. Oh, by the way, supposedly Bethesda has nerfed your ability to accumulate scrap. So yeah, good luck grinding that back, children. This Reddit user called, I think, Skin Tray, well, they make a poorly thought out, vastly overpriced subscription server for dead-on-arrival live service garbage, and they can't even make it work. Has Bethesda just completely given up? I'd say so. I think Bethesda has realized Fallout 76 is a total commercial flop. So the game plan now is to try and milk that cow as much as possible. You know, Bethesda is pulling a Wings of Redemption with Fallout 76. They know it's over, but they're just gonna ride it out for as much money as they can till it's completely dead. If anything,
yeah, I'm happy for the people that
resources
have.
are dedicated to the new Elder Scrolls and that game they're coming
I
out
can
with,
understand not
Stardew.
wanting to be in
It's probably
Discord
not
when
called
someone's
Stardew,
streaming.
but you may as well call it Stardew. It sounds like a better name than what they have. Starfield.
That's
How
fine.
could anyone get excited for Bethesda games now? You know what we're gonna get? A buggy piece of crap space adventure and basically Skyrim 2.0. Jesus Christ. I said it before, they're probably just letting this go completely to shit, so whatever they put out next will be better by
Hey guys.
whatever Bethesda does
You guys
next,
play
just simply put out a decent game. It doesn't even have to be like mind-blowing. It could probably get a 6 out of 7 or something, a 6 out of 10, and people will go, well, it's better than Fallout 76. I mean, let's face it, we got people in the world like that Jason Butts guy who sits and watches Star Wars trailers like they're the most amazing thing ever, and then he cries about it. Bethesda's just trying to milk the pay pigs. It proves how much I know. Because I looked at this and I thought, no one's going to pay for it.
Where are you guys
and I'm wrong.
from?
People actually pay.
Mixer.
Enough people paid to where we
See
have
from
information
Twitch.
to only find out that Fallout 76's paid subscription, exactly the same as normal Fallout 76, is that they give you a tent, they give you a ranger outfit, and a scrapbox that steals your stuff, so you got to go back to grinding. Gaming is done. It's over. The gaming industry is dead. It's as creatively and morally bankrupt as the music industry and the movie industry. Congratulations, gaming industry. You finally caught up with the big boys.
I've got some money for you, baby. Thought review. Thought review. Oh, I'm gonna learn Korean just so I can beg you for feet pics. Rub my tummy. Twitch puts on the best. Shut up, dog. Twitch puts on the best content.
Holy shit.
Clap, 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 clap. This
This
is
is like
art.
maxed out.
Oh, it's my favorite lipstick.
Seal. Enforce.
She's gonna. This is the best part of her show. You see right here. Mm-hmm. Come on, baby.
Damn.
Show us the bikini.
It's a work.
Ooh, look at those nips. She can cut through glass with those babies. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. More bad news for Bethesda and God Howard. Oh no. Dark Master of social media, hurry to me, please! Give me a man after midnight. Won't somebody help me chase these shadows away? What the hell is this? Did you call me again, Billy? I was at the hottest gay club in town, Homo Lulu. All the boys love Homo Lulu. Dark Master, you must hurry. Bethesda and Todd Howard are in great danger. It's only a matter of minutes before Gundam roasts them again. Todd Howard and Bethesda? Do you want me to help with this? Oh, well, at least it's a man this time.
Jesus Christ.
I'm getting a little tired of helping those little trollops you seem to like watching. He'll do it for the views.
Yeah.
And because he's a hateful human being. Bar ram you. Till you breed your fleece your clan be true. Billy, I'm not a sheep from Babe the Pig. Dark Master, could you put back on the Twitch girls, please? I have more money to give. I mean love. Get away from me. Stupid mutt. Ah! You dark kid. Right, your little teeth.
All of this just works.
Bethesda was running a subscription service, a premium membership for Fallout 76. And I was like, it's too stupid to be real. This has to be somebody's idea of a sick joke. I then get on my computer. I open up Bethesda.net. And not only can you buy Fallout 76 for $23, but there is actually a subscription service.
I find you highly disgusting.
I'm like holding my composure because I'm genuinely shocked by this. Of all the things I thought Bethesda could do, this wasn't one of them. This seemed like the most horrible move ever. It's almost like being pulled over by the police. You have a warrant out for your arrest and a pocket full of cocaine. And you assume the best thing to do is to snort the coke with your back turned to the police camera, thinking no one will catch you. I can't come up with an analogy for this because it's insane. Everything that Bethesda promised the few people left who were still crazy enough to play this sack of shit. Private servers where you could use mods and so on. You know, your own personal mods. Well, that's now behind the paywall. And the private server only supports up to 7 people. I don't know what to say about this, dude. It doesn't seem real. It seems absolutely preposterous. Introducing Fallout First, a premium membership that enhances Fallout 76's experience. I almost felt like I could just vomit reading that line. What the living hell do you mean this will enhance the Fallout 76 experience? The only way the Fallout 76 experience can be enhanced is if you gifted everyone a free copy of Fallout 5 and you let Obsidian make it.
How very dare
This is utterly atrocious. Who is responsible for this? This is terrible. Oh my God, this is terrible.
Okay, that's probably enough.
Find y'all rule, get hold of this motherfucker so I can make sense of all this.
This is the absolute worst idea. The absolute worst. I still can't believe this is real. This is ridiculous. Ever since Fallout 76 launched, we have consistently worked to improve and evolve the experience based on your feedback. Yeah, it took them how long to add NPCs? Which they didn't even add in the first place. Fallout 76 launched like a early access game, except you paid full price for it. You know, that was the... Dude, it's freaking Fallout 76. Where was the guy who worked there in the boardroom with a shred of common sense? We're gonna add a premium service to Fallout 76. Where is the guy in there going, are you for real? After all we've been through, the game launching buggy, the GameStop exclusive Nuka-Cola helmets having mold, the canvas bag fiasco, the game being so poorly received that Germany started giving away free copies of Fallout 76 for the most asinine shit. You could practically walk in a store and the Germans would just give it to you. I ain't Fallout 76.
Gunpowder
Shame.
casing.
I needed toilet paper, comrade. That's Russian. But for real, like, if you bought a used PlayStation 4 controller, they gave you a free copy of Fallout 76 in Germany.
Du Drecksau! Er hat wirklich einer Scheiße geschickt! Er hat wirklich einer Scheiße geschickt!
I have a tear in my eye because this is amazing. Membership benefits, private worlds. They didn't say that was going to be behind a paywall. Remember E3? They didn't say that. They said private worlds are coming later. Here we are. We flash forward a year or two later. It feels like a lifetime. And now the private worlds they promised you had to pay for. Scrap box, ultimate storage for crafting components in your own new scrap box container. Well, Lottie friggin' da. What a joy. Survival tent. A new, placeable, fast travel point with a stash.
Okay, that's a lot of ammo to make.
Basic needs. Todd be praised. The Ranger armor outfit, an iconic Fallout outfit exclusively for members. Or, this is gonna sound crazy, you could play Fallout 4 and download a Ranger outfit mod that has more pixels and mesh than an entire region in Fallout 76. Did I forget the part where Fallout 76 promised people ultra wide screen, but it didn't come out? So modders basically just went to not even modders, just computer gamers went to any files, changed everything around to get ultra wide. Then Bethesda comes out with the patch for ultra wide, and literally the patch was them changing the any file. Oh my God. It's like all coming back to me. Icons and emote packs. Unique icons and emotes available only to members. What better way to show other people who weren't dumb enough to pay for this Fallout First yearly subscription of $100, no, mind you, that you're an idiot, than to do a few dabs while you're dressed like a ranger. Look at him. He paid $100 for trash. I cannot believe this. This is real. Fallout 76, $12 a month. So the storage thing is actually unlimited storage. You're paying now for unlimited storage. Even PC gamers taking Fallout 76 to task. Private worlds have been requested since launch, according to Bethesda. And while you need to subscribe if you want to make one, You'll still be able to invite friends who aren't members. Only the owners will need to pay up. The game will otherwise be the same as regular adventure mode, but private. For your porn mods that I'm pretty sure Bethesda wouldn't let exist on an online game. So, you know, the club scene is not going to be present in Fallout 76. You know, Fallout 76 was probably supposed to be Bethesda's Fortnite. When you think about it, this was like their answer to Fortnite. Is it supposed to have a battle royale that nobody cared about? It's like Bethesda's just thrown everything, including the kitchen sink at this, to try and make money. So far, everything has failed, and now it's about monthly subscriptions, which just proves to you how fucked it all is. If GTA Online couldn't get all that crazy money from shark cards, there'd be monthly subscriptions. At the end of the day, all of these companies don't really care about making a good game. It's about getting as much money as humanly possible out of the least amount of work. It really is. Why didn't they come out with an expansion pack? That would have been a smarter move. Then that would have required adding stuff to it, and with the way Fallout is, every time Bethesda adds anything or tries to fix anything, everything breaks. God, I forgot Bobby Pins used to weigh 1 pound in this game. Jesus Christ. It just all starts to just come back to you, and you realize what a mess this is. And they actually have the balls to ask for money every month. And the only reason to buy a private server would be to run mods. That is it. So the end game is probably they want to be able to charge people for the luxury of creating mods for free, so that way they don't cash in on the mods from modders on the Nexus, but they can cash in from the people who care enough to mod Fallout 76 to have a private server. That's the real goal here. They have found a way to monetize free mods. Todd Howard has literally 4D chessed the internet, and I'm the only one who sees it.
Hey guys,
You, Todd Howard, you
welcome
are
to the game.
Dr. Doom of gaming, dude. A monthly package is available
There's,
for the surprisingly high price
what's
of $12 per month. More than some MMO subscriptions, while a yearly package is also available for 33% discount at $100 per year. You can read the patch notes that accompany the Fallout First update. Yeah. So if you pay for a year in advance, you save 36%. So it's $144 if you do it month by month. But if you pay Bethesda upfront, it's $100 a year. Frankly, I have nothing more nice to say about this while holding composure. Fallout 76 is a piece of shit, dude. It's garbage. It is the worst Fallout game. Fallout 76 is so bad that I actually lamented that I ever had anything negative to say about Fallout 4. Seriously, when I played Fallout 4, I said to myself, this sucks. It can't get any worse. There's no way Bethesda could do worse. And you know what they do? They do worse.
What the fuck?
They create Fallout 76. It becomes the biggest meme in gaming history. Future historians will remember this. You know, you got to give it to Bethesda. They held out long enough for the internet historian to do his video. So the internet historian will either A, have to let this go, or B, plan a second year Fallout retrospective, or C, re-edit the video and upload again. Because this is absolutely bonkers. $100 a month for one of the biggest piles of shit in gaming. It's like, it doesn't seem real. It's like they're memeing us. This has to be a joke. Somewhere out there, they sat there and looked at this. Oh, I'm gonna fucking vomit. Somewhere out there, they looked at this horrible game and said to themselves, not only did we charge you for it, but if you want all the features we promised you beforehand, you can now pay us $100 a year. Nobody sat there and said this is to be the worst idea we've had since mold in Fallout power armor helmets. I am absolutely and utterly astonished by what I am seeing here. When I think Bethesda can't steep to any new lows, the lows get lower, baby. It is, oh my god, didn't they outsource this to like some third-party company to turn into a game? It's literally Fallout 4 Online, except worse. You don't even need a private server. You can play Fallout 4. Fuck this. You could get Fallout 4 and put mods on it and have better gameplay. Fallout Cascadia is right around the corner, and guess what? I'm in it. Is that not reason enough to play it? Let me tell you this. There's some other news for you children. The stories are better. It's designed to be like classic Fallout, and it's free. Todd Howard, how could you do this? Todd, I didn't think you were this goddamn diabolical. The absolute positive worst case scenario. You have to pay to continue to play. God, the Atom Shop. Don't even get me started on that crap. Oh, you wanted your canvas bag in real life? Well, guess what? Here's 500 atoms. $5. You can't even buy the canvas bag in the damn game. Fallout First will be available as a 1-month membership, or you can purchase yearly memberships at a 36% discount over the month. Rate is shown on our website. If you cancel your membership or it expires, you'll still be able to access any atoms received, as well as the resources stored in your scrap box. Cancellation will be effective at the end of your then current membership term. Become a Fallout First member here. Click this. Pay us, you pay pig.
What do we have here? Looks like I have a little visitor. Let me kiss my boots.
Todd Howard.
What has happened to gaming? Remember when Bethesda games would come out and you were excited? I remember running out to get Fallout New Vegas at midnight from GameStop with my then girlfriend. And she didn't understand why I was going out to get Fallout, but Lord knows you said anything bad about Diablo, she was ready to stab you in the eye for rupees or whatever the hell. Point being, there was a time when Bethesda would do something and it was magical. Now Bethesda does something and it's like you sit and laugh at the madness. But then you also realize this is now Bethesda, and there will never be any more good Bethesda games. Didn't Rage 2 come out and people weren't really blown away by it? Didn't the Wolfenstein expansion pack fall flat on its face? Doom is now being pushed back. The only thing left that Bethesda is any hand in that you might be willing to play. And now this. Absolute mad shit. Originally, the plan was for Fallout 76 to only sell cosmetic items, but the ship sailed almost immediately, so this doesn't come as too much a surprise.
It will never work because it's so awful.
So basically, people stopped buying crap in the Atom Shop. Bethesda realized the little piggy bank wasn't getting full, so now they're switching to this plan. What a pivot shift. Todd, we regret to inform you, sir, nobody's buying the overpriced $20 power armor skins. It just works. Todd, what do you want us to do? It just works. Monthly subscriptions, please, my lord, forgive me. I love Fallout 76 now because it has pretty much cemented what Bethesda has become. For years, ever since Fallout 4 came out, I was squealing like a pig. Bethesda lost it. They're going down the dark path. They were following the dark side of the Force. People would come into my videos at the time and tell me what an idiot and freak I was. I remember Mr. Matty Plays fans would
You
come
guys,
after me because I said he lost his damn mind.
what's going on?
Play said anyone who said Fallout 4 is a bad game was being disrespectful to Bethesda. I was like, fuck that, I paid for it.
Gonna go
Would
for the
you
supply
go
crate.
to a store, buy a sandwich from whatever the hell this place is, we'll say Panera Bread or something, and then the person behind the counter makes your sandwich totally wrong, wiggles his nose, winks at you twice, spins around, spits on it, and says it just works. If I sat there and said this sandwich is fucked up,
16
it's not what I
times the
ordered or
detail.
expected, I'm disgusted. Mr. Matty Plays is like the manager who comes in and tells me I'm being disrespectful to the workers. Some way they found a way to make Fallout 76 more trash. The only way Bethesda can recover is if Elder Scrolls is godlike, which you and I both know won't happen. I mean, it's impossible. So I have a slight theory here. Call me crazy. Maybe Bethesda
You're not crazy.
is purposefully fucking Fallout 76 up so far beyond recognition that when the new Elder Scrolls comes out, we'll breathe a sigh of release because it'll be comparatively
no,
better.
okay,
This
you're right.
could be damage control. The new Elder Scrolls isn't looking too good. The creation engine can't take it, my lord. What'll we do? All right, Fallout 76. had a paid subscription to it. People will get very upset. Then when we release this game, we'll say we learned our lesson and everyone will love us again. Now, let me get out of here. This is too long. Jesus Christ. I could rant about this for like hours straight. I had to stop myself.
Fallout 76, the meme that keeps on memeing. Can you imagine actually being in the room when Bethesda decided during some meeting that they would add a subscription model to Fallout 76, a full-price game that pissed people off in more ways than one at launch and that continues to piss people off with its antics? Can you imagine the thought process that went into this decision? The internet has reacted, and it can be summed up with pretty much this. I mean, I thought Fallout 76 was a tragedy. Turns out it's a comedy. This is a freaking joke. Now, in today's video, I want to focus on the community reaction. There's some priceless stuff out there, but they also just call out a lot of Bethesda's BS surrounding this whole issue. But before we delve into that, I want to show you this video from IGN's interview with Todd Howard before E3 2019, when they talked a bit about the backlash surrounding Fallout 76 and what Bethesda...
Is Fallout 76 the worst value subscription ever? I have to say,
Hello,
yeah.
everybody, and welcome to the Pretty Good Gaming Podcast. Hello, our Croissant Podcast 3. She'd excite. This is podcast number 37. My name is Gareth Evans. This joining me today is Mr. Henry.
The workbenches.
Cooper.
Have a chest right.
It's sorry, silent middle name.
Yeah.
You get silent letters.
Insert Henry, insert name Cooper.
Yeah. You got to have the pause though. It's not Henry Cooper. It's Henry Cooper.
There you go. So we're going to talk about gaming stuff today. This is a gaming podcast, therefore let's talk about games. Today we're going to be covering the Fallout first. I mean,
no, enough said.
We'll get into it. We'll get into it. We're going to be covering UK Children's Commissioner's call for a ban on all non-cosmetic in-game purchases, which is something I can probably get behind.
Yeah, it's quite an easy one.
We're going to be discussing the Jedi Fallen Order previews, taking the Patreon community questions, and we will be covering our pick of this week's YouTube comments. First and foremost, let's get to the Fallout 76 shit. Because lo and behold, they have announced that the private servers are here. Private servers eventually, they said they were coming. They would let us know about it soon. That was last week when they announced the Wastelanders delay. Well, they've come out and blown the lid off what will be a really interesting service.
Can they put the lid back on, please?
Can they throw out the food, please? So this is I'm going to read the first paragraph of the blog post. That's all I'm going to read, and then we'll just go through it after that. But this is how they're pitching it, right? I always just think it's interesting how they're pitching it, how they're justifying it, if you like. Ever since Fallout 76 launched, we have consistently worked to improve and evolve the experience. We've consistently worked. So we've worked consistently. We haven't stopped. We haven't gone for a break. We haven't worked inconsistently. We've worked consistently, right? To improve and evolve the experience based on your feedback.
Now, I'm sure there's some really hard workers who aren't, evil people over there at Bethesda. I'm sure there are.
That's not saying they're working hard. That's not saying they're improving. They're not saying they're evolving. They're saying that they're working consistently to try and do that.
Yeah, they've not done it yet.
We're still waiting. That's why we're excited to launch Fallout First, a premium membership that offers something players have been asking for since before launch: private worlds for you and select friends. In addition to this huge feature, Fallout First,
it's huge. It's gonna be huge.
Huge. In a game which doesn't have a lot of features, it probably seems like a huge feature to them, right? You get to play on your own. Brilliant. It's a
A
huge
feature
feature.
that most games would just have in there anyway.
Fallout First also includes a host of exclusive items and membership bonuses, all of which you can find detailed below. And the best part, Fallout First is available right fucking now, baby.
See, normally when they say, and the best part, it's completely free. And
no, this is a premium service. So what do you get for your cash? That's the first thing, right? And then we'll talk about how much it is. So you get private world, so you can play on a world on your own for you and up to 7 friends, so a total of 8 people. You get a scrap box, which means you get unlimited storage for crafting components in your own new scrap box container. Pay for convenience.
Yep, that's another gameplay advantage which you're paying for.
And on the topic of which, survival tent. You will get a new placeable fast travel tent point with a stash, sleeping bag, and more for your basic needs. Now, you can only fast travel to your base is, your colony, or whatever you call it, your base.
Yeah.
Survival tent adds an extra one that you can fast travel to for free because it costs otherwise to fast travel all over the place. Another gameplay advantage.
Monetizing that.
You get atoms. You receive 1,650. I don't know where they've plucked this fucking number from. 1,650 exactly that many atoms per month used in a topping shop. It's like they've come up with some sort of equations to figure out where the balance is in terms of where they're making a profit from this.
The bullshitometer. If it's
1650, what the fuck? Just say 2,000.
Yeah, no, that's too much. But then 1,500 is too little. It's not worth it.
You know, 1650, just so that you've got like just about not enough to buy like 2 items or something. I don't know what the prices are, but they give you like 1650 just so that you might not just about be able to afford the thing that you want, so you have to get your wallet out. Fucking hell, man. These guys. Anyway, you get the Ranger Armor outfit, an iconic Fallout outfit exclusively for members. This is the Fallout New Vegas outfit. This is another cosmetic thing that people will be really, really wanting because it's a Fallout New Vegas thing.
It's the best game in
and
the
they've put
series.
it behind a paywall. Fuck that. Okay, next and last, icons and emotes pack. So unique icons and emotes available only to members. There you go. That is the long and short of what you get. But how much is it? You ask. How much? How much would you say? £4 a month?
Yeah, something reasonable. No more than say like a Netflix subscription or something like that.
Well, hold your horses there, Henry. 1 month subscription will cost you £12 in the UK. 15 or 14 pounds in the US or dollars or something like that, right? Or you can go for the, you can save some money here, guys. For a 12 months of membership, you get it for £100. Fuck me. That is ridiculous. And dollars wise, that's like $120, is it? Something like that.
Something.
Fuck me.
And they've got what's he called? The Vault Boy. He's part of the branding, and he's like #1 because it's Fallout First. Even though he was created to be like satirical, right? It's like a parody of ultra corporate stuff from that period, and kind of trivialized. Oh, it's a friendly cartoon, but it's all radiation and terrible. Now they're legitimately using it in their unironic branding. It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. And if I can quote again what they said in the original pitch paragraph. A premium membership that offers something players have been asking for since launch Private Worlds. Yes, people were asking for it, but they were not expecting to pay for it, and definitely not expected to pay this month. This much. This is so much money. We'll get on to what you can get for that money, or for less money in just a while. But firstly, going to the FAQ. Now, I've combed through the nitty-gritty of this, the FAQ, just to see exactly what the terms are on this, right? And you'd be surprised at some of the shit they're trying to pull off here, right? Only 8 people, obviously, can go on a server. Why not 16? Why not 32? 8 people is a small amount of people, and they're limiting that. Why are they limiting that? So that people don't exploit it, maybe? So that people don't try and get value for money, which is £100 a fucking year, or £144 if you go monthly. It's ridiculous. Anyway, the next point in the FAQ that I picked up, you can't even kick someone from your own server. You got no moderator options.
Oh my god.
So if one of your mates is being a dick and you want to, when you hire a server like a CSGO server or any online competitive shooter server or anything like that, you've got options, right? You've got shit. You're at the helm, and you can tell people to fuck off, or I'll fucking kick you. No, you can't do that in Fallout 76. And on that note as well, you can't change the rule set either. You can't change any options in the server. No drop rates. The drop rates and rewards are all set as per what the regular game is. You can't change that.
Oh, come on.
When you
That
pay
sucks
for this
so
fucking
bad.
server. The biggest one, or one of the biggest one, is no mod support at all. You can't, one of the biggest reasons why this was anticipated was people were expecting mods for Fallout 76. Mod their own
Phew.
server. Modding community for Fallout is huge.
Yeah.
People really want to be able to mod the game. You can't even currently don't even support mods at this point. And this is the best one. This is a little gem, right? And I'm going to read this pretty much word for word. When the owner leaves the private world, you got 8 players, yeah, on this private server, yeah, you would expect that you're paying per month for this server. It should be there always online that anyone can join at any point, right? No. When the owner leaves the private world, it will only remain active if one guest is a Fallout First member. Otherwise, the game begins a shutdown timer, notifying all players before removing them at the end of the countdown. Players, it's not even an always online server. It's only online when the guy who's subscribing to it is connected. This is a big fucking kick in the balls. It's a complete joke. It's a scam. It's overpriced, and it's bollocks. Why are they doing this? Why are they putting such limitations, not giving you a lot of freedom, and expecting you to pay that much money? This is absolute bollocks. It's complete bollocks. And I'm not just saying that for hysteria. If anyone with any sort of objectivity compares this service to any other sort of subscription server-based service online for any games thing, this is bollocks. It doesn't compare favorably at all, and it's well overpriced.
Surely they can see the irony in having a game that's all about nuclear warfare having a countdown until everyone's booted out. Surely.
So there you go. Yeah, it's just one of the worst value propositions, and there's no reason why people. This is my biggest point of contention. There's no reason why they can't do what Minecraft do and allow you to make your own server on your own computer, just play the game without being online. Because why not? And then just host a local area network game like Minecraft, so anyone in your home that's on the same Wi-Fi can join in. There's no reason for them not to be able to do that other than money, other than pay gating these features.
That's literally what it is. It's paywalling basic content. Yeah.
So what do you get for your money? I mean, what can you get for the same amount of money? I mean, Netflix is like the basic Netflix is £8 a month or £9 a month, something like that. So it's more expensive than Netflix, and the amount of entertainment you get from Netflix, movies, video, TV shows, all over the place. Amazon Prime is cheaper. Amazon Prime is one of the best value for money services that I think is out there right now. You get so much for your money with Amazon Prime. Free, not just free delivery. You get the TV, you get the music, you get loads of shit. And when you compare it to other gaming subscriptions, it again doesn't come out favorably at all. Xbox Game Pass for PC is £8 a month. You get over 100 games, right? It's £2 a month cheap, or if you're paying by month, it's £4 a month cheaper, right? You get over 100 games, including Fallout 4, which is like a decent single player experience, and The Outer Worlds, which is a game, funnily enough, which parodies all this big corporate bullshit, right?
We're not sponsored, but the game looks fucking awesome.
Yeah.
And like a better version of everything Fallout has been for the last few years.
It's just the facts, right? It's just comparing it, like £8 a month. You can even get a trial for £1 a month right now for the first month, and you can play The Outer Worlds tomorrow. Oh, we're filming it the day before it comes out, but if you're watching this on Sunday, The Outer Worlds is out now. You can get access to it for £1 a month. This isn't, again, not sponsored. We just like the look of it, and we support the developers because we love what they do. The other thing to compare it to is EA Access, which is £90 a year. Again, £10 cheaper per year. What you get for that money is new games on release. All the EA games new on the day of release, even like 5 days early, whatever they do as well. You get access to their full back catalogue too. even half that price, which is the basic version, the subscription version, you don't get the new games on release, but you get the access to the back catalogue of games. You think about the amount of time you can put into those games compared to the amount of time you can put into a solo, a private server on Fallout 76, and the amount of money difference, the amount of features difference, is ridiculous.
And this is an EA service, the most money-grabbing people in the world, and their offer is cheaper than yours.
Well,
Bethesda.
Metal Shark commented on the Discord something along the lines of you'd expect some free games or something with the price of that subscription, because Bethesda have got quite a decent back catalogue of games. You've got Prey, you've got
the Dishonored games,
you've got Doom,
yeah.
You got,
and they're all just the non-Fallout, non-Elder Scrolls ones.
You got some pretty decent games there that you could offer for a subscription service, and this is just, all this is basically targeting the whales that are still playing Fallout 76, targeting the biggest fans of the game who happen to still be playing because everyone else has fucked up. I mean, also on top of that price, you've got to consider console players have to pay for the PS Plus and or Xbox Live if
already.
On top of that. So there you go. And this is I don't know. It's just falling even further for me. I mean, we covered it earlier in the week when we did our Fallout video. This is what games as a service does, right? This essentially getting large chunks of the functionality of the game, and you know, they're not doing it for the player's convenience at all. They're doing it for their own. You know, no player would want this. Like, no player wants to have to deal with this bullshit. You paid full price for the game already. Okay, if there are if there's an associated cost with continuing the service of Fallout 76, do it in a better way than this. Fucking hell.
I feel like Bethesda are just holding this as tight as possible, wringing it and twisting it to get as much out of it until whatever their next game is, whether or not it's going to be Elder Scrolls 6 or Starfield, whichever one comes out first, or whenever the hell they actually ever come out. I feel like they're just holding this off and being right. We know it's bad, so we've just got to double down on that for while we can, and then we'll hopefully win some favour back with the next game that comes out.
I don't know how. I don't know. They're just not aware of how the public see them now. It's just.
Well, they are, and they just don't care.
Yeah, exactly. It's just obvious to anyone who's paying attention here that they're doing it for the cash. They're trying to, like you said, wring out as much money from our wallets as possible, and just targeting their core player base like this is disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. And I noticed this post on Reddit from someone who claims he used to work there, right? As a bit of an insight into the inside of the company. I think this is interesting, and maybe it isn't true. Maybe he didn't used to work there, but there's no reason for him to lie and make it up like this, because it's not meme lordy. It's just kind of matter of fact type of comment. So you make your own mind up whether it's genuine or not. But I thought I'd include it here anyway. The Gamerpad says, I used to work there. They have a bunch of suits/investors making all the decisions and know nothing about gaming. They value sales/marketing more than developers. They think it's as easy as spend X amount of dollars on Y genre and get Z amount of dollars profit. Quotes, oh, Blizzard made a ton on Hearthstone. We will make an Elder Scrolls card game too and make as much. All they're trying to do is inflate their value to sell the company. Years ago, the CEO listened to an offer and was insulted because it was well below what Zynga got. His understanding was that Zynga was just cheap mobile games. ZeniMax is recognized big brand games like Skyrim, Fallout, Doom, Wolfenstein, etc. Not realizing big budget games are risky, while mobile are cheap with huge potential. They're fucking greedy, clueless idiots who took creativity and innovation away from the creators that made the company adored and a success. They want to be the villain that EA is made out to be. Now, obviously, there's a lot of negative sentiment there. Maybe he's still harboring that from because he doesn't work there anymore. I don't know what the circumstances are. Maybe this is just a big, bullshit. Maybe he didn't work there at all. Maybe there's a ring of truth about it. But the fact that he says they're trying to emulate these other successful companies. Now, the only other subscription on par with something like this is World of Warcraft, and that subscription for that is like $15 per month or £10 UK sterling per month. I mean, is it? Do you get the same amount of money? You've got this online world with massively multiplayer. You get access to that, and the expansions are on top of that. So Battle for Azeroth is extra money on top of that. That is expensive in itself, and that's what Blizzard do, obviously. Is that what they're trying to emulate here? Do you think?
I think so, but they don't seem to have the self-awareness of what they're doing or the transparency. In Blizzard, I mean, they're nowhere near as good as they were right now with like public opinion. Public opinion. That's the word I was looking for. But people still love World of Warcraft, and it seems like that was always fairly upfront about what it was. It's like you get this huge service, and you'll pay us because we need to like maintain it and run it. But Bethesda don't seem to have that discourse or know how to get the fans on side because they keep shitting on them.
I think the biggest difference is the quality of the product.
Yeah.
Now, Blizzard are known for quality products, whether they do things right by the consumer or not. You can't dispute that Blizzard have some of the best games out there, right? The quality. I mean, people will pay for quality. Fallout 76 is nowhere near any sort of quality. Never mind a Blizzard quality game. I mean, people might disagree with me putting Blizzard games on a pedestal like that, but Fallout 76 was trash to begin with. The whole gameplay is completely undermined by the network lag in the game. The buggy as shit. We know that's what the games are like. It's just on a total different level.
Cool.
If you ask me. I mean, I'm in no way justifying the price of the subscription for WoW here, but if Fallout or Bethesda are trying to aim to be the same sort of service, for fuck's sake, you've got to have a decent game to start with. You know what I mean?
WoW has had consistent quality for this long. There's a reason it's got a fan base. There's a reason it's blown up again just by resetting itself.
Millions of subscribers. Anyway, one of the funniest reactions is one that you spotted.
Yeah, this one's great. So Chris Avalone, he's a legend in the gaming world. Chances are you may not have heard of him, but he's written something that you've played. He used to be with Black Isle Studios and Interplay, who were the original teams behind the older Fallouts. I think he specifically worked on Fallout 2.
Yeah, Fallout 2. Planescape Torment, KOTOR 2.
Yeah, big Star Wars MMO game. Fallout New Vegas, Pillars of Eternity, Prey,
Divinity Original Sin.
Divinity Original Sin. I was like, DOS?
What's DOS 2?
Yeah, DOS 2. Jedi Fallen Order, which is coming out
I want to use
next
it.
month.
I want to use it.
Huge guy. Yeah, he's got a good CV on him, this fella. And he used to work specifically with Tim Kaine and Leonard Boyarsky, who are currently at Obsidian and making The Outer Worlds. So he tweeted this perfect tweet. I read it this morning on my way to work. Dear Obsidian and Private Division, no idea how you hired Bethesda to coordinate their announcements for Fallout and Fallout 76, but the combo is amazing for helping Outer Worlds. Seriously impressed. Also, kudos to the Outer Worlds devs. You're getting amazing reviews.
It's totally shitting on
It's
Fallout 76,
so savage. I love it because the fact that the Outer Worlds is very much kind of the anti-Fallout at the moment. It's the one that people want to fill the Fallout void, and this timing of this announcement could not have been better. If it came out last week, it would have still been good. If it came out next week, it would have still been good. But literally days before the game launches, just after it's got a bunch of glowing reviews, it's in the mid to high 80s on Metacritic at the moment.
Yeah, very good reviews.
It's so perfect.
There you go. I think that is the end of what I've got to say about it. I've ranted enough about Fallout 76 in general, but I mean, you know, if you're subscribing to this thing, then there's something either I don't want to say wrong with you, but you
not
are
right.
Something not right somewhere if you're spending that much money on Fallout 76 to play. So all you get for your money is to be able to play solo and a fucking stash for your scrap items. What the fuck value is that? Come on, you've got better things to spend your money on, and if you haven't, then no more power to you. You know, you want to waste your money, go ahead. But that's it for my Fallout 76 coverage for today. Let's move on, Henry.
We've got another. It's not quite a negative one, but it's a good thing about a negative topic, I think is the best way to put it. So there's been another call in the UK, because the UK seems to be quite on this at the moment, for a ban to all non-cosmetic in-game purchases in all video games, and especially ones around children. So this comes from the UK Children's Commissioner, which is like, it's not just one person. It sounds like one person, like Commissioner Gordon from Batman, but it's like a body.
Well, they don't have one of those lights with like come up in the sky with like microtransactions with a big cross on it. No?
So the sun from Teletubbies, that's their projector. Right. You know, the baby in the sun. Yeah. Americans might not get that joke, but it's not even very funny anyway. So, the UK Children's Commission has called for a ban on all non-cosmetic microtransactions or in-game purchases or anything. And they published a fairly lengthy 37-page document called Gaming the System, which I think is a great title. And it generally says that cosmetics are okay. They're not great, but they're okay. But the ban should be on gameplay altering, and they're just no good. Yeah. And it's got numerous recommendations directly for the government. And I've kind of abridged these to make them a bit shorter, but the heading was, well, the sentence before it was, gambling laws need updating to reflect the reality of children's experiences of spending money within games. Well, I like that, because it's not just gaming laws, it's gambling laws. Yeah. So it sets it up immediately. We consider, as the UK Children's Commissioner, we consider this to be gambling related. So the 7 recommendations are: financial harm should be part of online harms legislation, which it's kind of it's bewildering that that's not the case already. Yeah. Developers and platforms should not enable children to progress within a game by spending money. Spending should be limited to items which are not linked to performance, i.e. cosmetics. Yeah. If you're making a game, you shouldn't put systems in to allow people to pay to get progression or pay to win, because that's exactly what it is. Yeah. Player spending should be tracked. A maximum daily spend limit should be in place, especially for games with children, and should be switched on as default for children. There should be a better dialogue between parents and kids about monetization, subscriptions, and etc. And I think that's the first step to all of this, is educating parents and kids, and then allowing them to speak to each other to be able to figure this out and know if the parent is okay with them spending, how much, when, and when to stop, when to pull the plug.
One of the biggest problems is that parents these days aren't keeping up with the trends in gaming. I mean, all these games are being released now where you do have to pay extra for additional parts of the game, essentially, and the kids are playing it without even knowing, without the parents even knowing what what they could potentially buy, because they're all like marketplaces now. They're all stores, these games, and if parents aren't aware of that, it part of the educating the parents to understand what their kids are being exposed to. Maybe you could blame it on the parents in some degree, but still, kids are arseholes sometimes. It's just easy to go, just leave me alone. Go and do something, leave me alone.
But I think with the dialogue thing, it's important because the kids themselves, they're the ones who are going to have the psychological mismatching of stuff when they're this money-centric attitude and unaware of the importance of money if they can just spend it. But also the financial harm, that will be on the parent. You see it's in the news all the time of, my son spent $4,000 on FIFA packs and I didn't know. And because you need to be talking to your kid and take their card off or put a spending limit on.
It is lazy parenting. You can't deny it. It's lazy.
The next one is the government should take immediate action to amend the definition of gaming in Section 6 of the Gambling Act 2005 to regulate loot boxes as gambling. Yeah. Now that's quite an easy one. We've talked about it 100 times, but loot boxes definitely gambling. And then the final one, the government must also undertake a wider review into the current definition of gambling in the Gambling Act to ensure that it accurately reflects new forms of gambling, including those forms found in online games.
And this addresses the fact that a lot of people's defense for putting loot boxes in games is that it's not gambling by the definition of the law, because you don't get a prize, you don't win, you can't cash out in the same way you can in real life gambling. Now what this says is, well then we need to update what gambling actually fucking means, because the world has changed and these gambling laws are old. We need to adapt the laws to account for the changes in modern society.
There's so many bogus laws that still exist in the world. Like there's a couple, I don't know if they still are anymore because they often get struck away, but like used to be, if you are a pregnant woman in the UK, you can pee in a policeman's helmet because it could be your waters breaking. And then this one's a bit specific. I think it's either if there's a Scotsman in a Welsh forest or a Welshman in a Scottish forest, you can shoot them with a bow and arrow totally legally and just kill them. It's something like that.
There was something along the lines of that to do with Chester, right? If a Welshman was caught outside the walls of Chester Castle at night, legally you could shoot and kill them. And that's a law that's still like to my knowledge, it might be like.
Why do you think I live there?
Why do you think I don't go there?
I patrol the walls. I'm the guardian. Chester.
I can see that one.
But anyway, there's like a companion article to go with this, and it's not that much of an article. It's mainly a few paragraphs, but there's a lot of quotes because it spoke to 29 10 to 16-year-olds about gaming in general and their gaming spending habits. And a good quote from the article, not from a kid, is peer pressure from friends and online strangers, as well as the influence from famous gaming YouTubers, are all factors that children say lead them to feeling pressured to spend money on in-game purchases.
Oh my god.
There's a lot of stuff there. So friends peer pressure, that
I was pressured to get good, and I wasn't pressured to do
this
this
shit.
shit.
Like dismissive of it, but it's a problem that still needs to be addressed and always needs to be addressed. And it doesn't just happen on the playground anymore.
Kids are dicks.
Exactly.
Kids
it
are
happens
dicks.
when they're not at school. They're playing their video games at home. We need to make sure they're aware that that's happening and know how to respond to it. Online strangers is a massive one because there's all these sites. What was the CSGO?
CSGO Lotto.
Yeah, and all that. That they don't know these people, and it turns out they were owning the site and profiting millions off it anyway. So that was all
T.
bullshit.
Martin and
Look it up. I haven't got time to explain it. There's the whole stories there. Influence of famous gaming YouTubers, that's a huge one because the amount of guys who have built their careers off being the NBA monetization stuff and the FIFA Ultimate Pack YouTubers and whatnot.
And they make money out of promoting this shit essentially, and it's the viewer base, the kids, the underage people who are not old enough to gamble or whatever, the ones that get influenced by that because they are the influencers after all.
And when they open a FIFA pack and they get like a good player like Messi or something in there, they go berserk. The kids get that feedback.
Yeah,
and
that
like, I can feel that.
That's fun,
Yeah. And all these factors leading kids to feel pressure to spend money on in-game purchases. That's a massive thing that needs to be addressed altogether. But then there's some really interesting quotes. There's loads of different ones from different kids of different ages, but I picked out a couple. First one's from Nina, who's 10 and is a Fortnite player. If you're a default skin, people think you're trash. And this is something we kind of touched on the other day about gaming disorder, kids being bullied because of Fortnite, but it's not because
of the skill.
Don't
bully them because of the
with regard to this sort of stuff, it's a cosmetic microtransaction. So according to the suggestions of this commission, it's okay, but people, again, parents, teachers, and the kids need to be taught that this is still a form of bullying and it's still not fucking acceptable.
I mean, what I'd say to Nina, if you're watching the show, Nina, you probably aren't because you got better things to do, like playing Fortnite illegally because it's supposed to be 13, but we'll leave that by the by for now. If people are saying you're trash for the skin that you're wearing, you must realise that these people who judge you based on the skin that you have, they are the trash people.
Yes.
You're not trash for the skin you wear. They're trash for being such judgmental pricks, and you should never be friends with those arseholes. I hope you won't listen to that, Nina, because there was a lot of swearing there.
Those are bad words.
Sorry, Nina.
It wouldn't surprise me if the amount of people who are actually high-level players equip default skins so people think they're trash and they can just wreck. That really wouldn't surprise me. If I was any good at any gaming, that's exactly what I would do. There's another great couple of quotes here from Tim, who is 16 and plays FIFA. It takes a long time to get somewhere, so you just do that. Talking about opening player packs in Ultimate Team, it's like gambling. You could lose your money or not get anyone good or someone really good. So now this is a 16-year-old kid who understands that this is gambling.
Yeah.
And EA pretends that they don't.
He's
you're 16, you've got enough of a brain to figure that stuff out. But if he knows...
Well, yeah, he's buying a card pack. Specifically, this guy, I don't care what everyone else says, but this guy is a good example of a regular FIFA player. He buys a card pack with the expected outcome of maybe he'll get someone good and win, or maybe he won't get anyone good and lose. And it doesn't matter whether you cash that out or not. That's what he's doing it for. He's getting it for that gambling rush. He's doing it for the gambling rush. That is the point. And this is an indicative of why these mechanics should be considered gambling. Because this guy is getting that gambling
He's 16,
fix
not 18.
from FIFA.
Yeah. And the fact that it takes a long time to get somewhere, so you just open the packs. That's another thing about the whole the grind of how they build a monetization system around that, because why spend so much time on it if I can just pay and get there quicker? It saves so much time. There's another FIFA player called Lee who is 14. I never get anything out of it. talking about buying packs, but I still do it. And again, that's the compulsion of doing it, as well as the peer pressure and stuff to have the best players and keep buying it. There's another one from a guy called Nick, who's 16, also a FIFA player. You feel like it's a waste of money, and then you open more. Now that's
compulsion, isn't it?
It's a compulsion, just like any other gambling addiction, like the people who are addicted to playing slots, and they're pushing the button every time, no matter what they get, and they're just pumping money through and through and through, hoping to eventually get to the jackpot.
It's a very interesting article and evidence that they've put together here, and I very much hope that the UK Children's Commissioner does get something done here. I mean, a lot of the points sound they're all very common sense type things that you would have assumed would have been put into law by now. Okay, only a couple of them talking about loot boxes and gambling and stuff. There are 5 points there or whatever that are talking about non-cosmetic items. They're talking about pay for convenience items, which don't necessarily constitute gambling or any sort of gambling. They're just these microtransactions that we always rally about, which are gameplay altering, which harm the industry more than anything, and harm the player bases, and not necessarily for gambling reasons. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out, because they've kind of lumped these two things in together, because not all of what they're saying here is technically gambling, or you could be even argued that it's gambling at all. But it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out, and hopefully it gets some traction, and we can get something done.
Because as an adult, if it's your money, you're making a conscious choice to spend it. You're probably aware of, it's probably a bit of a shit thing, but I just want this gun faster. I want to level up faster. But these are kids who aren't aware of that connection, and it's not their money they're spending, and it's the parents' responsibility to inform themselves about that sort of thing. So hopefully, if these recommendations do become some sort of legislation, then it's definitely a step in the right direction at the very least.
I was thinking back to one very bad example of like pay gating content, and it was a mobile game. It was like Harry Potter something or other, and there was a character, one of your characters, that was being strangled by the tree with
the Whomping Willow.
The one, it was getting strangled or something. It was like pay now and save your character, or wait 8 hours. They're literally putting those sorts of that sort of imagery in the kids' minds. This character will die or be harmed unless I get my wallet out now, or I've got to wait 8 hours or whatever.
My girlfriend was playing one of them last night, one of the Harry Potter ones. It's not the AR one; it's the one that came before that. Hogwarts Mystery. I can't remember.
I think it was that.
Yeah, and that's the really horrendous one. And she just said to me, "It's like I remember why I stopped playing this.
Yeah,
because she's a massive Harry Potter fan, as a lot of people are." But it's so egregious, and she completed a challenge or something, and it popped up, oh, you've unlocked a puppy to have as your pet. I was like, oh, that's cool. He's a cute puppy. Yeah, you got to pay to access him.
Ridiculous.
And she was like, well, I've got about 15 quests to do, but I can't do any of them because I've used all my energy.
Yeah.
And you've got to pay to get more energy, or wait like 18 hours. It's ridiculous.
There you go. Let's move on to our next topic for today. We're going to talk about Jedi Fallen Order, and there's been some previews and a lot of people's impressions on the game. When is it out, and what are people saying?
It's out. So it's out on the 15th of November. So less than a month. It's like 3 weeks now, I think. And the previews haven't given us loads of new, information. It's not like, here's some lore. Here's what you're going to be doing. Here's this mechanic and whatnot.
Yeah.
It's more like, here's what it is as a game, as like a thing you will actually be playing more moment to moment. It's not just here's Star Wars. You got a lightsaber. The game.
Yeah.
So in case you don't know what it is, it's an upcoming Star Wars action-adventure game by Respawn and EA. Now, Respawn are a pretty good developer. They're known for first-person shooter. Yeah, there you go. First-person shooter games like Titanfall and Titanfall 2, which I never played the first Titanfall, but Titanfall 2 was awesome. And more recently, Apex Legends. So they're not as experienced in third-person action. They're certainly not melee-based action with a lightsaber.
Mm-hmm.
And so EA are known for making garbage.
True.
But we have been promised that there will be no microtransactions, but again, you'll have to wait and see, because post-launch microtransactions often become a thing.
Yeah, there's one thing what the developer wants, and a completely other thing what a publisher wants. Publisher like EA have got such a bad track record, although they have changed things with Battlefront 2, and, they've tried to smooth things out and go away from loot boxes and shit. You can never trust EA, though. You can never trust.
Well, they do have some potentially shifty stuff in with regards to it being EA, because there's some pre-order bonuses which are like cosmetics. You get lightsaber. We'll go on to cosmetics in a bit, but some lightsaber stuff, and if that's pre-order exclusive that you don't get from actually playing the game yourself, then that's still bullshit, because it's gating content that way. So you can't escape all of it. But apparently there's no microtransactions, which is great news. But we kind of already knew that. So a bunch of games media outlets got to play the game for around 2 to 3 hours. So there's a bunch of previews where they're talking over it, but it's not their gameplay. It's supplied footage, like B-roll or whatnot. Although, whoever was playing it got their ass handed to them a couple of times. And I'm like, either you're not very good, or something's gone wrong, which was quite funny.
And you've got to analyze that and think they're putting that specific gameplay out for a reason. They could have chosen a gameplay footage where the player is just just beating down the enemies. But maybe they're trying to push that Dark Souls kind of vibe where you do have to die sometimes, and it is a difficult game, because that genre, that kind of Sekiro type of thing, hugely popular right now.
The whole Dark Souls thing, it's one of the most frequent descriptors of this game as being Souls-like, and the other one is to be Metroidvania, which sounds like every indie pixel platformer of the last 5 years. They're all Metroidvania, Souls-like pixel platforms. But as with regards to it being Souls-like, it seems much more close to something like God of War, which again was semi-inspired by Dark Souls, because it's got slightly slower, thoughtful combat, but it's not punishingly difficult unless you want it to be. And when the whole Sekiro thing was going around, that should the game be made easier for people? I don't think you should force the creator to do that. However, I would enjoy the game if it was easier. But so apparently, if you do crank the difficulty up, you can basically turn it into Dark Souls, Star Wars, or Star Souls, if you will.
That is
if you want to.
Right.
I think they've got 4 or 5 difficulties. It's like Padawan, Jedi, Jedi Knight, Jedi Master, then Jedi Grandmaster, and at that point, shit's probably gonna get really fucking hard.
I like how you just reel them off out of memory.
Well, that it's semi-memory, and that's the ranking of Jedi in the.
It wouldn't be a PGG podcast without you spouting some Star Wars info.
Now you know. Who's what.
Oh, you know.
So another thing that makes it quite Souls-like, which is something I'm not too sure about, but it just depends on how it feels when you play it, is that there's going to be shrines which you meditate at, and that's where you do all your upgrades. And apparently there's quite an extensive upgrade tree, which is great, a nice bit of progression. But your enemies respawn when you do that, and that's your checkpoint system is when you go to these things. And I'm like, I don't feel how that would work in a Star Wars game to kind of make sense.
That doesn't make sense at all. They've gamified that, right?
Yeah.
And what you want from a Star Wars single-player narrative-driven game is none of those gamey type of elements. You just want a story-based focused game. And how story-focused can it be if you're going to meditate and enemies pop back up?
Yeah, like that. Everything else seems like exactly the kind of Star Wars game I want it to be. Big action, space adventure. It's non-linear, and we'll get onto that in a minute, with different planets and doing different stuff. But then we're going to have this bit where you're going to meditate, and then all your enemies are going to respawn, which doesn't really make any sense.
It doesn't fit into what they're trying to package it up as.
Because for something like Dark Souls or Bloodborne or Sekiro, they're their own fantasy mythology with sort of magic stuff going on that's not quite right, and it's a bit abstract, so they can get away with it a bit more. So I'm not sure about that, but again, it depends how it plays and how grindy it is, and whether or not you're expected to go back to easy areas to get like XP farm and all that kind of stuff. And with regards to it being a Metroidvania, in case you don't know what that means, because it doesn't really mean anything anymore, that's essentially you go to an area and it's like, oh, I can't open that door. I need a special ability to be able to open that door. I'll move on. You find that ability later, do what you have to do over there, and you come back, you can open that door, and then
a whole new area.
There's a whole new area, new enemies, probably another new ability. And I like level design like that, because it can be a really good way of progressing, but if done wrong, it can be a lot of backtracking.
Yes.
which is a risky game. But there's a bunch of different planets which you can travel to pretty much at will, I think, from your ship, which I think is called the Stinger Mantis, I believe I wrote down somewhere.
Stinger Mantis.
Which sounds like a character from Metal Gear, like Psycho Mantis. So yeah, you don't fly it yourself. You go on and there's like a holographic display with a bunch of planets. You can go to them whenever you want, which seems really cool. Gives it a more adventure kind of vibe, which I'm really into.
Mass
I like
Effect-y type of
yeah.
thing.
So then you go to one planet, do everything you can there at that time, fly off, go to another one, maybe you go to another one, then come back, maybe for a story reason, or just because you've unlocked force push now, so you can smash down a certain wall that you couldn't before. So I like game design like that. Apparently there's a massive focus on exploration, which I'm really keen on, because some of the earlier gameplay we'd seen suggested it was a bit more combat oriented. It's just walk from place to place, clear the room of stormtroopers, and then kind of move on.
I mean, it depends what the motivation for exploration is. I mean, it works well in a Fallout type game where exploration might get you meet an interesting character. I'm not talking Fallout 76 here, obviously, but might another interesting character go on a side quest, and it might end up like a really enjoyable kind of half-hour detour, or any open world game like The Witcher, anything like that. I can't really see that again fitting into this type of game.
I think a game like God of War did that really well, and almost too well to an extent, because you'd have your critical path of your key place to go to, but then you'll be roaming around on the boat, and Atreus would say, "We can go do that, or let's look around," and you look around, and you could sink hours into this one cave, which is a whole extra thing, which is great. But it can get really, really distracting.
So it depends what the progression of your character is, I guess. If you're going on these side quest mission things and then upgrading your character, getting more XP, getting unlocking certain things, then that is a great motivation for it.
And I think
it works well, I guess.
What God of War did well with that is having a constant companion with you between Kratos and Atreus, so you're chatting and you get a bit of stuff.
You got a robot dude in this one, right?
Yeah, your Cal, the Jedi Padawan, you got your little droid called BD1. And he's a droid, so he talks in beeps and boops. So I don't know how much of an actual conversation they'll have. But you do have your mates on the ship, so hopefully he can communicate with them over a radio or something, because otherwise it's just swathes of walking through explorable areas. Like, yeah, they look pretty, but I'm not...
I mean, by the looks of it as well, the
rain
environments
effects are good.
You have to climb and jump and,
there's a decent amount of platforming and whatnot.
Yeah,
which seems cool.
Like environmental puzzles and stuff.
Yeah, there's some... like physics-based puzzles where you have to use the Force, which hopefully, if that plays well, that'll be really fun, because I mean, what more do you want from a Jedi game than good lightsaber combat, and everyone says that is good, and a good bit of Force stuff, which is awesome.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I like that it's not open world, so to speak, because doing an open world in a Star Wars game, you'd probably restrict yourself to just one planet. Or you'd have to cram in, it's like, oh look, here's the snow part of the planet and here's the desert part of the planet. But going this non-linear approach in Metroidvania kind of way means you can show off a bunch of different things. And we're going to see some new planets that we have reportedly never seen before, or not in a big way. And there's going to be some familiar ones. So we'll probably go to like a Hoth or a Tatooine or something like that. Although I doubt we'll go to Tatooine, because this is set between... Episode 3 and Episode 4, the original, during the Jedi Purge, when all Jedi are all but extinct. There's like a handful around. Empire is pretty much at its strongest and at its most ruthless, and they've sent a bunch of what are called Inquisitors after you, because you're a Jedi, and that's not fucking happening. Their Inquisitors are ex-Jedi. They're not like fully Sith or fully evil or anything, but they're going to come fuck you up. They basically report directly to Vader, so I wouldn't be surprised if we did see Vader. Maybe not fight him, but if he's there, that's always a win for me. I love a good bit of Vader. Now, linking back to cosmetics, because I don't have a good segue for this. Reportedly, there are reasonable amount of cosmetic stuff you can do, but I don't know if any of it is gameplay affecting or not.
Right.
But I wouldn't be surprised if it was, like, if you equip a different outfit for your character, for Cal, you get like a defensive buff or something. Don't know, maybe just looks pretty, because you can change his base outfit, and I think that's all one unit, and then change the poncho he has on top, because I guess ponchos are cool. Star Wars does love ponchos. Everyone has ponchos.
You know what I mean?
I mean they do the job. You can change the lightsaber blade color, which is great because I really want a green one. I feel like it's just
Each to
the
their own,
best
dude.
color. And
Each to their own.
the hilt, but I think this has been a bit semi-muddled. You can't change the whole thing of the hilt. I think you can change parts of it, but then I'm like, it sounds cool, but kind of what's the point if you can just change a little bit of it, because you're not really going to see that much of it. But hey-ho. You can change the color of the droid, BD1, and probably like give him some cool prints or whatever. Change the ship color. And I think that's all of your cosmetics. I don't think you can change like hairstyles or anything like that, 'cause it's not really an RPG. It's more of a action narrative kind of thing. But yeah, all in all, I think God of War is a better comparison than something like Dark Souls.
Yeah.
Because the combat, it looks kind of slow and deliberate like Dark Souls is, and you've got to think about what you're doing. But the level of exploration and narrative focus makes me think more like God of War. And then there's the platforming sections of like running on walls and swinging on vines that is very similar to something like Uncharted, which is great news. So I'm pretty keen for this. I'm still trying to hold back because it is EA and we all know what they do. But it looks like the kind of Star Wars game I've been wanting, and I think a lot of other people have been wanting for a little while.
Yeah, there's sort of, big indications that this will do really well, and if they are aiming for that God of War type structure and gameplay, then I think it'll connect with a lot of people, because people love God of War, and there's a void now. Like, what kind of there's not many games that come out. They take so long. That's the problem, right? These types of games take so long to develop, and if they do it right, then they've got a hit on their hands. Which, I mean, if they can keep the monetization in check, fair play to them. We want to encourage those types of games in the industry, so let's support it, even though it is EA. This is still Respawn.
Send them a message that this is the if it is good, obviously. If it's bad, don't fucking buy it. But if it is good,
always wait for the reviews anyway.
Yeah, of course.
Don't pre-order shit. We know better than that.
Yeah. Some people have said the words Game of the Year contender, but then again, it's Star Wars, and everyone loves Star Wars. So if you see the Star Wars band like makeup, you're going to be like, this is amazing, no matter how good it is. So I wouldn't necessarily trust any of that, but it's certainly confident.
Yeah, I mean, if it does make Game of the Year, then it's going to be the.
Has EA ever won a Game of the Year?
I'm sure it has. It's got a lot of games,
That's true.
Death Stranding is coming out this year.
Yeah,
so it's got
in less than a month as well. It's like 2 weeks for that.
But
Outer Worlds has done really, really well. There's been loads of good games this year. We've been spoiled.
There has. And we're going to take a short break and be back after this very short break. And welcome back to the second part of the Pretty Good Gaming podcast for this week. This is the more relaxed half of the podcast, the more chilled out part of the podcast, where we firstly take questions from our community members, and then we read out some of our favourite comments from YouTube over the past week and make fun out of a lot of people usually. We'll see how that goes, including
it's just so easy.
Exactly. And the Triggered Fanboy comment of the week is coming up too, which is worth the price of admission. Incidentally, it's absolutely free, by the way, if you hadn't realised that already. No microtransactions here. Right, let's move on. Black and Red Gaming asks our first question of the week. Hello, awesome people. As adults, did you ever play any game for a long time which made you or made someone in your family or one of your friends upset enough to tell you have to stop? If yes, which game was it? And when did you play it? And for how long? Have you ever had somebody have to intervene? What do they call it when...
Yeah, an intervention. Like if you're an alcoholic and it's taken over your life.
Have you had a family or a friend member have an intervention because of your gaming habits?
No, not really. I've had them... Like, my mum passive-aggressively say, well, you spend a lot of time on your Xbox here.
That's quite assertive. Yeah. That's not passive.
But I'm like, there's nothing you can really do about it.
And
I bought it.
What am I doing for a living, bitch?
Look at me now.
I apologise if your mum's watching this. I didn't call you a bitch.
My mum's great.
I'm sure she's awesome.
My girlfriend definitely gets a bit moody if I'm playing.
That's it,
like
innit? That's the passive aggressive. It's the mood.
Yeah. It's like when a game like Red Dead came out and it's enormous, and I'm there having a great time. Like, oh, look at this cool thing. She's like, "Yup, when can I watch TV?" You know. But yeah, I've never had a real like right. Look, have a sit down. You need to stop.
Yeah.
It's never been that bad. What about you?
Well, firstly, I have an issue with the camera. So let me just check.
Oh, it's still recording. We're good.
Amazing.
We're still recording.
Sorry about that, guys.
I'm not going to edit that out.
Don't
I'm
edit
gonna
that
leave
out.
I'm
Fuck
gonna
it.
leave it.
Fuck it. Seamless transition. Didn't know. Yeah, I was just checking. Anyway, I think maybe when I was early 20s, my girlfriend at the time, it was a long distance relationship, and she'd come and visit on a weekend, and I'd been playing Call of Duty online. It was Call of Duty was actually good back then, in my defence. And again, it's the passive aggressive, moody thing. It's the British way, isn't it? But never like addressing it fully. I want some of your attention. Like, spend some time with me. It's like, man, can I just fucking chill out? I work hard during the week, and then I've got you nagging at me in the weekend.
You're sitting there, mind your own business, playing a game. You're like,
that relationship didn't last.
Then you're like, oh, you're right, honey. How you doing? I'm fine. Oh, that doesn't sound like you're fine. Oh, I just think it's funny that you've been playing your video game for 4 hours. I'm like, well, fucking mention something then.
Oh God.
Yeah, I think generally it's not been that much of an issue.
Yeah, we're not kind of people to. I mean, it's all about balance.
I fucking want.
It's all about balance, isn't it?
Yeah, there is a balance,
especially
with everything.
Yeah, if you do it too much, then it just feels like it's a bad kind of loop where you feel like you want to play more because you've played so much, and it's like you've got to take the breaks. You've got to. That's why I play for like 2 hours now, and then just go and stretch or something. Go and do some exercise, just something to clear the mind, because you know your brain gets mushy. Mine does anyway. I don't know about you guys, but yeah, don't do it too long, guys, or you'll get gaming disorder.
Yep, that's the one, gaming disorder. Anyway, next question is from Metal
Oh,
Shark.
I keep saying that.
During Sightless Combat's recent EGX talk, he explained how the Xbox Copilot system allowed people to play certain titles or get through sections of games they couldn't have otherwise, be that due to vision, motor skills, or otherwise. Excuse me. Copilot is a feature allowing 2 controllers to go into one set of inputs, so a Copilot can, for instance, perform aiming or navigating visual mazes whilst the main player, the pilot, plays the game. As Stadia and xCloud allow for input from remote locations, do you think that 1. There should be more attention on having the Copilot feature at launch? 2. As players will no longer need to be physically together, it will open up a community of gamers who enjoy helping others experience epic gaming moments for the first time. Okay, so should the Copilot feature be given more attention at launch? In an ideal world, absolutely yes, because it would allow more people to play games who currently can't due to various disabilities or handicaps or just barriers or whatever. But it's a lot of, I imagine, it's a lot of work to put those sort of systems in to only be used by a certain amount of people.
Yeah.
So I don't know how beneficial it is for their time and resources to make that a priority. Ideally, you would be able to, but I don't know how practical it is.
This is Google we're talking about because it's Stadia. If it were Microsoft, I wouldn't put it past them, because they're all about this accessibility thing, and I think that there's more value in doing it for the greater good for Microsoft these days. That's what they're saying anyway.
That's true.
Rather than value for amount of money they can make off the feature, which is the corporate way, the AAA way these days. So I don't really hold out much hope of Google going that way. And will it open up a community of gamers who enjoy helping others experience epic gaming moments for the first time? He sounds like a salesman there.
Yeah.
It's a lot of shock. Will it? Yeah, of course. Yeah. Because
it's a new form of co-op, really.
People, wherever there's an opportunity for people of like-mindedness, people who are like-minded to get together, it will happen. The internet has facilitated that. That's what happens these days. So, yeah, there'll be a Reddit, people getting together and helping people out.
No doubt.
It might not be the biggest community in the world, but I'm pretty sure there'll be Discord people,
no doubt,
people helping out, because more people being able to experience gaming and get enjoyment out of gaming, the better. And if people help other disabled people who need that help.
Yeah, even for non-disabled people, I like some of my favourite like co-op kind of moments in games. Typically, having to multiplayer vehicles or in a game like Halo, you have someone driving the Warthog and then someone on the back firing the gun, the Gatling gun or the Gauss gun or whatever. So if you could make a dedicated co-op game, kind of in the way A Way Out, you have to play it with two people who can't play. So if they could do a game like that, or like a space sim where someone's flying and someone else is shooting, I think that could be really awesome. Because you could just do it through the cloud. You can do it remotely with anyone from anywhere. I think that would be pretty sweet.
There you go. We can cross our fingers, Mr. Metal Shark. Moving on to Mikau is the next question. Earthworm Ben in your last podcast asked about Sony crossplay. Don't know if he's referring to Earthworm Ben or talking to Earthworm Ben there. Your answer got me thinking why there are console generations in the first place. If you are Sony and you have market lead, would it not be better for them to just reduce the impact of there is a new console on the market by releasing some upgraded version every year? Microsoft then could not come out swinging and reset things because a new console would just be the normal thing and not really a big decision to make. Just add backwards compatibility to lock them in with their library of games, and they've already purchased, and you will never have to fight for your customers ever again. I reckon I'm really simplifying this, but I'd like to know what you think. 5-year-long console generations are beneficial for Sony. I'd like to know why do you think 5-year-long console generations are beneficial to Sony, or if they're not, why they keep playing along?
Releasing a new thing every year is super expensive to produce, and it will make the old ones obsolete.
Right.
So it would force people into buying the new ones, but spending a massive purchase like that every year is a tall order, and well, a lot of people already do that with PCs.
It's a lot of production. I don't think it necessarily makes them obsolete. You think of mobile phones, it's that type of model, right? A new phone every year doesn't mean you have to get the new one every year, but in 2 or 3 years, you've got 3 generations ahead, you might think, oh, it's time to upgrade now, and you get a new one.
True, but
you're already, the point he's got is like you've already, because it's backwards compatible, you're already in that economy. That's why I don't change from Android to Apple now, because I'm already in that economy. I've already bought loads of apps on that store. I don't want to start again on the new, and that's what he's saying is that, you know, PlayStation will hold on to those customers.
Yeah. But my point about it being obsolete is that when they get better, let's say the PlayStation A comes out and it's pretty good. Next year B, next year C. By the time C's come out, the hardware's going to be so much better. The developers are going to be able to make games significantly better that couldn't possibly run on the A or even the B, so they would then be obsolete and useless.
Well, the games, I mean, it's different from the mobile comparison. Games development is like 3 to 5 year cycle on a game development, whereas a mobile app might be months or whatever. So if you're beginning to develop a game on like A, and then by the time you release like console generation D's out, then it's what are you developing towards, what are you optimizing towards. I would feel that maybe game developers would optimize towards the high-end PCs and then just do the console ports as an afterthought. That might be a way around that. I think it's a good idea for us. I don't know if everyone would agree with me. It'd be a good idea for the developers. I'm not sure it'd be a great idea for them because there's a lot more R&D going into putting these together on a yearly basis.
I think the half steps, which we do now, are a good idea. PS4 versus PS4 Pro, Xbox One versus Xbox One X. I think they're quite good because then it's a totally optional thing. If you want the better hardware, but you don't really feel like you're missing out. Well, it's getting there now because things are running so poorly these days because of the demands that people are putting on them as developers. But I feel like buying a new system every year, it means it gets kind of muddied. I don't know. Like, I just don't feel like that works, given the amount of time it takes to produce the hardware and the software and stuff. And then with the games being built for an earlier system and then coming out later, or even if they do it the PC way, I just don't feel like that works as a consumable product.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. The benefits would be good though. I mean, obviously people like the convenience of just buying one console and then not having to upgrade for, you know, paying $300, £300 or whatever, and thinking, right, I'm done for 4 years. I haven't got to think about upgrading until then. But if you think that if they were to implement a subscription-based service, a bit like they do with mobile phones, you keep your phone or your game console for 2 years, 24 months, you pay $30. It's probably way overpriced then. $30 a month for 24 months is like $600-700. It's way too much. But if you think, you know, maybe $15 a month for your console for 2 years, and then you know you've got it paid off, that's reasonable.
Yeah.
I think, and in 2 years' time you upgrade to the next your generation C, whatever.
Well, I think it's at that point the console is pointless. Might as well just do it with a PC. If you can do a subscription or a payment plan for a PC, at the end of your 2-year payment plan of, I don't know, 40 quid a month, because that's what a lot of them are, you then own it. You can upgrade it at will, or you can start a new payment plan or something like that, because that's the way you basically do it with phones. And I think that would make more sense than an annual console.
I think it's an interesting idea, and I wouldn't put it past them that they've already considered this and thought about it. But I think that gamers are so used to the current model that you just buy one every 5 years, or one every 3 years if you upgrade in mid generation. That people are just so used to it. That's what they accept. But I would like somebody to try. Hopefully, Sony comes out and tries this cloud gaming thing about to take off. I think they're more pushing
That's
towards
not good.
that. I don't know. Microsoft probably are. I'm not sure about Sony and PlayStation, but we will see. Thanks for the question, anyway, Cal.
Next up is from Josuevo. I can't remember. You did teach us how to pronounce it, but I think I've forgotten it, so I'm going to say it like that.
That was good. I approve.
Alright, boys, due to Gaz's reintroduction to The Witcher, Shag, Marry, Kill, Witcher Edition. Now, I'm pretty sure we have done this, but hey, I'm always up for doing it again.
Done this,
so our options are Triss Merigold, Yennefer of Vengerberg, and Cyrilla, Fiona, Ellen, Rhiannon.
Ciri.
Yeah, I never say her full name.
Rhiannon.
Like, Cyrilla, and I was like, yeah, Ciri. So Triss, fabulous redhead witch. Yennefer, fabulous raven-haired kind of goth witch. And Ciri, a whitehead witcher. So, alright, here's answers. I know that some of these characters have been presented in the past, but I don't think a Witcher Universe exclusive has yet been presented. You might be right with that, to be fair. For me, kill Yennefer. I barely like her in the game and I hate her in the books. Shag Marigold because she's a young redhead with hot tits. Marry Ciri because she's an absolute badass with the power to dominate time and space. Also, while attempting to avoid spoilers, fuck all the people who claim that Ciri is a lesbian. I'm confident that she swings both ways.
Fuck them people.
It sounded like
she
it was
has
about
to fancy me.
It sounded like it was going to be a fully like homophobic thing. It's like, fuck lesbians. I don't like the gays. She goes both ways.
Yeah.
I think you've got quite a good rationale for your answers. I don't like Yen. I've always thought she was a bitch. She's cool. She's powerful, but yeah, she's selfish and she's just an asshole to Geralt. Who and this is gonna be very sexist, but I don't care. Just like every woman doesn't give him a fucking chance to explain himself, that he forgot everything. She's just like, no, you're an asshole. You didn't come find me or whatever. It's like, yeah,
a convenient excuse, though. I mean,
he got abducted by weird interdimensional alien demon things, or the Black Heart,
I lost
the
my
Wild
memory.
Hunt.
I was shagging this
Sorry.
fit red bit, and I forgot about you. I completely forgot about it. It's not what a woman wants to hear, though.
Is the fittest red bit, though. Yeah, so yeah, I think I'll kill Yen because I just don't like her that much. I tried liking her, but we're not meant to be. Although in book canon he does end up with her, but fuck that. Triss is my favourite, but I'm thinking if it's in Witcher Universe, and depending on what ending you get, which isn't really a spoiler, but the reason you're tracking down Ciri is because she's the daughter of the Emperor, so that could give you an in to power and dominance over the world. I mean, Emperor Emir, I think he's called, he is an asshole. So he'd probably try and kill me if I did anything wrong with Ciri.
That's Ciri's dad.
Yeah.
The one played by
Charles Dance.
Charles Dance. Fucking I was playing it the other day and I was like, I know that voice. It's that guy off.
It's Tywin.
It's Tywin is who it is. I was like,
he probably just walked into the studio, barely had to act and just spoke in his normal voice. So 4-hour job. There you go. You're done.
Oh no.
So I think
bad
I
phone.
love Triss the most. So I'm gonna marry Triss. And I'll shag Ciri. Presumably, I'm not Geralt in this situation. I am me, because Geralt and Ciri, that's kind of weird, because she's like a surrogate daughter to him. And I'll kill Yen.
Good answers. One of the questions raised in Discord by
someone. This is going well.
I want to do it. I want to do it justice because it would be a miss of me to not rate Tons. Tons said in the Discord, how old is Siri?
That's true. You don't know.
She, you could be opening a bag of worms there.
Yeah.
Siri's probably
Dangerous
maybe
game.
2. So you've got to kill Siri, right? Because she's too young. She's too young to.
Oh, Yen's really old. She's like, I think I might be getting my lore wrong, but I'm pretty sure she's actually ancient and looks really ugly. Not like what's her face in Thrones, Melisandre.
Yeah.
She's just got a spell to make her look pretty.
So I'm gonna go with Tons. I'm gonna kill Siri.
That's a fair reason.
I haven't actually met Triss in the game yet, so
she's great. I love Triss.
I mean, she's fit, so I'll shag her and marry Yennefer because she's well born. She's well to do, which is I'm surprised. I'm surprised why you haven't gone for this.
It's because she's an arsehole.
She's an arsehole because of her upbringing, right? You've got to understand where people are coming from. So I'm on Yen's side here.
Yeah,
Screw
but Triss
you.
is
Who's
not
with
an
me,
arsehole.
guys? Who's with me? Anyway, I only know
Team
Yennefer.
Triss.
I only know Yennefer, and Ciri's too young, so let's go with
Potentially too young. We don't know. She is
Let's
in the
play
beginning.
it safe, Henry.
When she appears,
you know what
later,
they're like. Anyway, thanks for the question.
Yeah, thanks for that. I love
Who's
good
Werfel?
intellectual debates around that.
Loachgar, not a question, not quite a question. I just want to another perspective / thoughts on the following. I recently was told by one of the devs of a small indie game that following 2015, the video game market has become saturated by great games. As a result, however, gaming communities are spread so thin that it's become very difficult to stand out. Multiplayer focused games, specifically what they developed, are the worst affected due to this. As a result, said developer is looking to make a final update to the game of 5+ years of age and go free to play.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So many great games out there these days. I mean, it's kind of contrary to the kind of news coverage that we typically cover on our channel, that a lot of the bigger games here are trash, but they're popular, right? I think that's the point.
Yeah.
There's so many good games to be. I mean, you think, okay, you can list a number of good games. God of War, like all the Sony exclusives are great games, like The Witcher, great games. There's so many great games now of the last few years that hold up that you could be playing. Online games, Fortnite. Is it a great game or not? I don't know. I'm not here to judge, but there's so many people playing it. It's taking up their time. That's the point, right? There's so many people playing likes of Fortnite, other free-to-play games, that these developers are finding it hard to
find an audience, essentially.
Find an
I
audience.
think that's what you mean by gaming communities. Yeah, yeah, that totally makes sense. And then the move to free-to-play, it can be a smart move because it gets rid of the barrier to that audience. So and then you can fairly monetize it. Like, who's the one?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Warframe.
just watch
Yeah.
some
Free to
videos
play,
while
purely
waiting on
cosmetic stuff.
server to go
And I
back
think
up.
You can get some cosmetics through just playing, but then you can pay for extra ones.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel
Seems strong.
inside, Captain. I think I'm generous thoughts.
Welcome to the Gymquisition. You're in the right place.
Today's little video column was not the planned episode, actually. I was playing The Outer Worlds this weekend, and I was inspired to talk about how completely obsolete Bethesda has become in the wake of it. And look, I know, having a go at Bethesda is nothing new. I've been doing it a lot. Many people have been doing it a lot. But the thing about Bethesda and mocking it and criticizing it is very much like beating a dead horse, except the horse makes funny squeaky fart noises every time you punt it. So it's funny every time and always satisfying. Bethesda is a farting horse corpse, and that is why we need to talk about it today. Although before we go forward, I must confess, after I wrote the script for this one, I took a look at it and thought, wow, even by my standards, this is vicious. And also by my standards, I say the fuck word a lot. So be warned. It is good though. It's very fun to write, like hitting a farting horse corpse. After much excitement and anticipation, Obsidian has finally released The Outer Worlds, and it is, in short, bloody brilliant. A rich sci-fi adventure with tons of character building options, a densely packed array of quests, and sublime writing, The Outer Worlds' relentless satire of late-stage space capitalism not only satisfies my need for a damn good action RPG, but warms this anti-corporate, woolly liberal heart. A spiritual successor to Obsidian's classic Fallout New Vegas in many ways, I'd go as far as to say it's wholly superior, and in the wake of Fallout 76's pitiful release and endless parade of humiliations, The Outer Worlds is exactly the game we need. And on that note, good news, folks! You don't fucking need Bethesda anymore. What The Outer Worlds demonstrates to me is Bethesda's absolute obsolescence as a game developer. Fallout 76, of course, exposed the company's weaknesses for all to see. Without the world building, writing, or characters typical of a Bethesda RPG, the weak and soulless survival experience of Fallout 76 was nothing but broken gameplay, endless bugs, and incompetent corporate decisions. All the stuff the company is criticized for, with none of the positives to offset them. Bethesda's habitual ineptitude has been on full display during and long after Fallout 76's launch, and no amount of wacky self-deprecation at E3 press conferences is going to hide it, Todd, because you're not cute, Todd. I mean, you kind of are, Todd, but not cute enough, Todd.
Given some of that excitement, impressed you're still here.
More important than that, however, is just how vastly superior The Outer Worlds is than the stuff Bethesda's typically good at. Even if the writing and world building of prior Bethesda games had been in Fallout 76, I dare say Obsidian would have done it better anyway, and we have prior evidence of that. It's no secret that Fallout New Vegas, the one Obsidian made, was simply better than Fallout 3, the one Bethesda made. That's just science. New Vegas senior designer Chris Avalon was a designer on the historically beloved Fallout 2, bringing legit Fallout DNA to the game. In fact, having been founded by former employees of Fallout 2's developer Black Isle Studios, Obsidian Entertainment is itself a spiritual successor to the original developer, which in no small way helped shape Fallout New Vegas' authenticity. New Vegas was witty, densely packed with wild adventures, and brought to life a world rich with intrigue, unique factions, and a ton of character. Now look, Fallout 3 was memorable and enjoyable in its own right, but New Vegas blew it away, and it's always worth noting that it did so not because of Bethesda, but directly in spite of it. As publisher, Bethesda breathed heavily down Obsidian's neck during the making of Fallout New Vegas. They'd only been given 18 months to wrestle with Bethesda's busted assets and produce a game worthy of the Fallout name. The result was a somewhat rickety and broken product littered with bugs for which Obsidian shouldered some blame, however fair that may have been. Nevertheless, it still managed to attain critical acclaim, and with such short development time, Obsidian had put together a massive content-stuffed RPG, tons of quests with associated dialogue, terrific writing, and an evolution, not just a repetition, an evolution of the first-person gameplay Bethesda had produced. All that, and the publisher withheld a bonus from Obsidian because it didn't get a high enough Metacritic score. Classy! As a developer, Bethesda is producing busted games with stiff and clunky combat systems and remarkably dated tech. Obsidian, limited by these same problems with New Vegas, turned shit into gold, and with The Outer Worlds, the team has shown exactly what it's capable of when it gets to make its own game on its own terms, with more than 18 bloody months to do so. At the risk of sounding a little bit biased, The Outer Worlds is simply better than any Bethesda-produced Fallout game, in literally every single way. I think that sounds... Craig, I think that sounds objective, doesn't it? Huh? Yeah, well, fuck you, Craig. Graphically, the game is gorgeous. It may not be the most technically advanced game in the world, and the character models are a little awkward. But the environments are varied and colourful, garish, wonderfully garish. The enemy designs are fantastic, and at any rate, it looks so much better than Fallout 76 ever could. From a gameplay perspective, The Outer Worlds has a stacked character progression system with inventive uses for skills. Personally, I love how improving your dialogue abilities allows you to passively terrify identify or align with enemies during combat. The shooting itself is fast-paced and chaotic, with the option to slow down time and target body parts, like Fallout's VAT system, but more fluidly integrated into the gameplay and not total fucking shit like it is in Fallout 76. Do you get what I'm saying, yeah? I'm saying Fallout 76 is rubbish. There's a hot take. Blistering hot takes. The Outer Worlds both looks and plays better than any Fallout game of the last 10 years, period. As if that wasn't enough, here's the real gem. In all my time playing the Outer Worlds, the only bugs I've encountered have been giant alien killer insects whose faces I've shot off. Unlike this cobbled together, barely functional piece of Bethesda filth they've been trying to shove down our faces since that dark day in November 2018, the Outer Worlds is actually stable. To quote Todd Howard,
all of this just works.
You can actually say that about the Outer Worlds and it isn't bullshit. How about that? Now, just because I didn't encounter bugs doesn't mean they don't exist. Yes, the game has some logged and known glitches, but no more than the average mainstream game. And certainly nothing as bad and ubiquitous as we've come to expect from titles of this type. It's almost as if the excuse that Bethesda games are huge, so the bugs are justified, was just that. A friggin' excuse. Oh, and the Outer Worlds is just a video game that they sold for money without microtransactions and live service garbage and multiple special editions and all that jism. Fuck, they didn't even have pre-order bonuses. They just made a game and sold a game. The thing people tell me is impossible for AAA games to do now. Private Division somehow managed it. They just made a fucking game and sold a fucking game, and they didn't even have to lie about an online store being just cosmetic before pumping it full of pay-to-win items. Bethesda? Todd? Honestly, the thought of going back to a Bethesda-made Fallout game after experiencing the Outer Worlds makes me feel a little physically sick. Returning to that clunky, ugly, inferior nonsense now would be like eating a $100 steak and having to chew the knife and fork for pudding. I realize I've been outrageously hyperbolic all video, but I'm being deathly serious when I say Fallout as a series, even if they made a proper one now, conceptually does nothing for me after Obsidian's latest effort. Not least of all because there was actual effort in it. Who needs WWE when AEW exists, you know? Now let me just stop you there. That person, you, who is already in the comments writing, Outer Worlds looks good. It's a shame it's been delayed to next year. Everyone said that. Everyone who's upset about the game being an Epic Store exclusive has already said that. Now look, I've criticised Epic Games and its handling of the store, along with many people. I have issues with the way it's, exploiting the triple capitalist system to potentially starve the market. But it's not original to say that anymore, and the game is really good. And I think it's on Windows 10 as well, so, I know it's not on Steam, and if you're waiting for it to come on Steam, that's fine. Stick to your guns if you must. It's just I've heard, shame it's been delayed for a year. Like over and over and over again. The point's been made, is what I'm saying. The point's been made, and I get that that's hypocritical coming in the middle of a video that is telling you that Bethesda is stupid and its games are buggy. It's really hypocritical, so carry on writing your comment. Look, Bethesda can't do anything right. Nearly a year ago, I published a video titled 6 Times Bethesda Was Massively Incompetent. In the less than 12 months since, the publisher has done at least 6 more things that...
Alright, I'm back. All is working fine. Let's see who fuel. Actually. Is he actually going to get back in the game? Probably not. I'll just do... I don't know. Wow. Which one is this? Oh. Please tell me it's not. What the fuck is it? Wait. Go away. Jesus Christ, it's so far away. That was PvP server. Shit. Go away. Find some feathers. Okay. That place. Shit. That building right there. Wow. Well, you guys, what do you want me to play? Anything else? Alright, I think I'm done. for the day.